time will not allow us. Am I audible? Okay, time will not allow us, so thank you for that. It shows that there's different actors who can make a contribution that we need to identify and deliberately go to, and that they make commitments.
So, and I forgot one important point. We then put an advert in Nigeria because Ericsson had just won 2 contracts to build the network in Nigeria. Or actually it was 3. Put an advert for the same skills. We received over 400 applications. Junior degrees, masters, and PhDs. Of course, I'm not an engineer. So I asked the engineers from Sweden after the interviews, were they fake? And they said to me, definitely not. Because that country had invested in the right skills, and they had them in abundance, but we needed only 3, and we got 400 applications.
Sure. Thank you for that insight. I'm sure it's going to add value in what do we do going forward. Let me check with Mr. Seliki. I was actually quite excited that we have DBE here, and we've been talking about, making sure that skills are acquired from the cradle, from that time. The analogy that the minister gave, that when a child is born, they just see technology in front of them, and that they show interest and gain knowledge from that point. What efforts are being currently made by the basic education system in preparing young people in the digital era? I know that the MEC briefly touched on that, but maybe you can give us some form of detail without going for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As I indicated earlier on, and I think your question acknowledges this, that it is a responsibility of an education system to prepare young people for the roles that lie ahead, and that the work should start quite early. And we do this business by or through curriculum, delivery of curriculum. And the question is this curriculum responsive to these needs? And we recently, in the last few years, began to join the movement, Honorable Minister, by developing a theme that drives our efforts as basic education. And the theme is skills for the changing world. And that this puts us in a position where we reflect on how responsive is our current curriculum towards these type of needs. And we have, as a result, started the process of strengthening the curriculum to ensure that we infuse the skills for the changing world into all the subjects, because these skills are cross-cutting in nature, and they can be taught to any child through any subject. You do not necessarily need a specific subject to do that. So we are in that exciting journey of strengthening the curriculum, and that the minister should announce very soon, after 2025, that we have completed that process. It's a very intense process that we consult extensively. So in addition to this basket of curriculum, we have also identified the need to introduce new subjects in addition to the subjects that are already there. And the Honorable MEC spoke about that when he said that we have developed the coding and robotics curriculum that we are going to teach to children as early as grade R, right up to grade 9, because research told us that children can actually start coding at the age of 4, and we've got the CEO here who perhaps can speak better on that. That we need to start them as early as possible so that we equip them with these computational thinking skills. Research reveals that somebody who does not have digital skills will not be able to function effectively in society. It is like when we were talking about the importance of life skills in the past. The arithmetic, writing, and reading skills. At one point when our grandmothers and grandfathers could not read. And then we developed those skills, and then we moved into saying we are raising children who cannot relate with each other. And then we brought in the life skill subject because we needed to strengthen that part. And I think the minister spoke about that it is also about the soft skills, the social skills. It's not just about the technological skills. But now, in addition to this history, the digital skills become very critical. And it is through this subject that we are going to expose our learners and equip them with these skills and the competencies. We are at the stage where we are piloting. The Honorable MEC spoke about that, and that we look forward to going full scale around 2025, that every school that would like to introduce this subject will do that. It's also about our teachers, because you can have the best curriculum. If you don't have teachers who can deliver it, then forget it. And I think there was a very important question that came from the floor about skilling, reskilling, and skilling, to say, what is government doing? From basic education point of view, we are equipping our teachers with the skills to integrate ICTs into their classrooms. Teachers are managers. They determine what happens inside of the classroom. They determine which resources must be used. And unless you sufficiently equip them, they will revert back to what has worked in the past, which is chalk and duster. You know, one powerful speaker, Honorable MEC, said, teaching is the only profession where somebody who died, in 1901, if they miraculously wake up from death and look for a job to teach mathematics, they will still be marketable. Because they will find us having chalk and duster in our hand, something they had when they died. But from engineering, from medicine, a doctor who died 20 years ago, if they wake up, come back, they must be retrained. Because the theater has changed. And how bridges are built has changed. So we are, as basic education, ensuring that we reskill our teachers and we equip them with the skills that they are able to work within a digital environment, and that they recognize that the world has changed so much that they are not the only source of knowledge and information, because children can get this information and knowledge at the click of a button. One speaker once said in an event that I attended, and he said, a teacher asked children, who invented a chalkboard? In fact, it was a speaker asking children in the presence of the teacher. He asked the teacher, who invented the chalkboard? And the teacher was not sure. And the speaker turned to the children and said, who invented the chalkboard? And they gave the correct answer. And he asked them, how do you know that? They said, no, we just Googled. They just Googled. It's not like they knew before. So this demonstrates that information is readily available, and that we need to recognize that and then equip teachers to work within this type of environment. But the inhibitor, the biggest inhibitor, is connectivity.
Yeah.
We have worked with the Department of Communication, Digital Technologies, made huge strides. And we can report that 83% of our schools are connected.
Wow.
And we thank the Department of Communication, Digital Technologies Minister. The only problem is that the MEC would tell you that these are low speeds, 3G, 2G connectivity. So it is not suitable for teaching and learning. So it is only used for school administration.
Okay.
But sending emails, the principal doing that, but learners are not being transported into this world of technology, and that they have experiences from learning because technology is there, proper bandwidth is available, and the other part is the cost. And the mobile network operators are here, that the cost of data is really exorbitant. As a result, children are unable to access all these things,
Okay.
even in instances where connectivity is there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. I think that you said a mouthful. It's a lot of things. It shows that this ecosystem is quite complex. But at the same time, there are strides we are making. And I like that idea of really focusing on the teachers as well. And I'd like to count Nemisa in. Would you allow Nemisa also to be part of that project?
Yep.
So yeah, so we would like that. We would like that very much. And that there's that connectivity issue. They say it's the highway. And I can imagine in terms of the content that the young people would access and the resources that the teachers would access as well would be quite big. So we need to, it looks like it's a homework from this discussion that we need to look at all those things that you raised.
Yeah,
And
maybe
now-
I just need to say that the minister
Yes.
has put a plan to connect 18,500 schools by 2025. The only problem is that the speeds that are being provided is 10 megabits per second,
Okay.
which will still not be sufficient. But,
Yes.
but we do accept that it is a start, and that we believe that there are other ways that we can ensure that we build on these offerings
Yeah.
that government is giving. Having discussions with Sanren and what have you, who have,
Yeah.
the infrastructure all around, connecting all universities and TVET colleges.
Yes.
And when they do that, when they network, then they go past the school.
Yes.
And the
yes.
school is not allowed to ride onto that bandwidth.
Thank you. I think you said a mouthful. And I think it's a point to be taken as homework for the officials that are here that are working with this. So just moving on, because I think we left with a few minutes now. I'd like to turn to Nomso. It looks like you said he's going to come to me. What strategies are required to address the massified digital skills delivery, with a focus on ensuring that relevant skills are produced for various industries? You heard there's been an emphasis to say we should not just be generalistic, but rather be also more nuanced towards certain industries. What's your response to that?
Thanks, Trevor. I also feel like, Shiva has responded to most of that question, but she did a great presentation on that, especially for the public sector. We are in the era of knowledge mutation, the metamorphosis of 3IR. And it's quite interesting how it's playing out in South Africa. You would go to areas, for example, that have speeds of close to 1 gigabytes per second. And there's no contention between buying a data bundle of 100 gigs, which costs closely to maybe 2,500, and also comparing to someone who is sitting in the far north, Liboahomo village, who wants to connect and enjoy what this era is bringing. And now they have to compete with a 200 rands for grocery and also a 200 rands for a 10 gig of data. So as much as South Africa has those three challenges of, I wouldn't even mention them, but the era that we are in is that it demands a lot of transdisciplinary. Look, you will be a nuclear scientist, but you still need to know what data science is. You'll be working in government, you still need to know how to analyze your own data and understand the applications and tools that are there. And most importantly is, there is a lot of learning agility. There's a lady who asked a very pertinent question in the audience regarding how, as a government employee, you're required to work, but you still need to go back and learn, but there are these competing needs outside. And rightfully so. I think government is doing an absolute great job, but they always don't tell their story very fully. And unfortunately, that creates that panacea in the ecosystem that it's only government that is required to solve the digital skills issues, as well as the economy. So they need to be the player and the referee, from the policy, go implement it by themselves, while the private sector sit back and then just consumes what is openly produced from there. So it's quite important that in the ecosystem there's that equal and beneficial mutual working together in order to produce these skills. And there's a lot of adaptability that is required right now. I've found that one of the strategies that is required is the Department of Science and Innovation and DHET involved. They have a policy called the National Systems of Innovation, which looks at the triangle where the nexus is the ecosystem working together to produce what is required currently in the demand. You would look at business, you look at small businesses, and what the minister mentioned on the MSMEs, which are quite driving the economy right now. The most difficult thing that an SMME needs to do for them to execute something, a project, a job, or something that they need to do, they need to skill, they need to upskill, they need to ensure that they relearn their workers, and also they need to implement at the same time. So there's that transdisciplinary. And I like what is currently happening in the ecosystem, that there are quite a lot of busy, I would say, formations or collectives of SMMEs that are working with government to say, we want to implement this with you. For example, there is an amazing project currently happening in the country, preceding also part of SA Connect, where I'm not sure if people know the entity called Infranco. They are building a massive network where someone who's in the rural area can have an access to a very cheap data, as well as have an access to available learning tools that are actually free, because government has created that. I think most of these broadband infrastructure entities are working towards that. So they have a great team that is doing that. But what's important right now, what I've seen is how SMMEs, I know the National ICT chamber that is working with the department in order to really ensure that there are relevant skills that are in the country. I know I saw Mamela here, who's doing quite a lot of work on cybersecurity. So part of those skills that are required right now is that not only that we have this knowledge mutation era that we're living in. So that is metamorphosis, where from the 3IR you are learning how to do you're learning digital literacy, but now you need to learn AI, you need to learn generative AI, and there's a general AI. On top of that, something else AI is coming, so many AIs that are going around. And so what's important is that transdisciplinary, where as an ordinary person, you would know that these are my skills, these are my expertise, but I still need to earn something. But I just want to highlight, most importantly, is that cybersecurity skills are important. You would need to advance into the technological skills, data science, and as well as what Dr. Sipho has mentioned, we still need network engineers. Look, we have 5G. Governments, they release the spectrum, the IMT spectrum, which leads into the 5G spectrum. But 5G is so complex. Who's going to roll out 5G? Are we going to go to Sweden again, Dr. Sipho, and ask a couple of guys with beautiful green eyes to come and roll it out for us? No, we will not. We'll have to ensure that we prepare for that. And I think that's an opportunity that DCDT currently is doing, and also Nemisa, you, Trevor, on that mobile repairing that you're doing across the nation. And that is a game changer, by the way, because it ensures that anyone, we drop our phones all the time. There are people that, they would say, I need to repair my phone 2 times in a quarter. So who's doing that? Currently, we've seen foreign nationals doing it, but now you've put and changed the game to ensure that we have those skills. So in this knowledge mutation era, I don't want to specify the plethora of skills, but transdisciplinary is important. Learning agility is important. And also just work with your government. Look, they're doing a great job. And some of them are growing gray hairs. I'm looking at the minister while they're still young. Thank you, Trevor.
Thank you, Nomso, for that. Well, I'm looking at the minister and his reaction there. I nearly jumped out of my chair when you mentioned transdisciplinary because earlier on we were talking about pedagogy, and which is like a way or approaches to teaching or to training, and the transdisciplinary approach would be a great one. It's my favorite in that, as they say, when you have education, nobody will take it from you. When you are exposed to a transdisciplinary type of skills, whether things change, you adapt. Whether they go this way, you are able to fit. So that's very important for our people. And coming to you, Nyari, let me check with you. Whatever that we do, I know that there have been weaknesses in the past that we wouldn't see the impact. How do you think in this ecosystem should we tailor for impact, or should we deliver for impact?
Well, I think it's an interesting one, because I think we are at the same time discussing the existence of a huge problem where the nature of skills we are putting out are now in an environment where the economy requires different skills from what our education pipeline is pushing out. So that's a problem. But with the high youth unemployment, it's creating an opportunity. Because if we can be the bridge in the middle that goes from youth unemployment by skilling in the middle, the opportunities are on the other side. The challenge with the skilling in the middle is we want to massify skills. Yeah. So if we look at the context of it, Harambee did a study in conjunction with Wits University and estimated that in South Africa every year there are 40,000 jobs that go unfilled in software development specifically, 40,000. We're not talking about creating jobs, we're saying these jobs are there. Annually, South Africa is exporting maybe 10 billion rands of software skills to India, to Europe, etc. Again, these are services that South African businesses need right now, where they must pay money, rands off the country, in order to get this, this work done. At the same time, you shift your gaze to the youth situation, and you see a high rate of youth unemployment. And then it becomes, at least on paper theoretically, a no-brainer. We need to move these people that are unemployed first into these 40,000 jobs, and they need to pull back this 10 billion rands onshore. So how do you do that? So that's a massification question. And I think when you listen to the Ericsson example that Dr. Stolle shared, that's a great one, because any person who's running a business is sitting there saying, I need skills, because any chair that goes unfilled is income that I don't earn. So my sister Nomso and I actually met some years ago. Fortunately, the faces of black women don't quickly show our age. But at the time, she was experiencing what I've experienced in technology, which is you walk into a room, there's a discussion about software. If you're a black woman, you look around, you're a solo act. So at that point, I was the MD of a software consultancy, and Nomso came to me and says, we need to train young women because we can't be the one, the only forever. So I think it worked because at least now we're not the one or the only on the panel as well. Yeah. But essentially she says to me, so she brought young girls, I think they were in high school. They were maybe 14, 15 years old. Nyari, you're running a software consultancy. You know the problem. She doesn't have to explain it to me. As a woman in tech, I understand. Can you, one, fund, at least they have lunch, and can you bring your technologists into a room so that they start to train them, right? So it's an industry problem. It's a practitioner observing it, and it's an action. But you're bringing 10 girls at a time. 40,000, 10 billion, and then I'll give you another stat. Universities are producing 2,900 software developers a year. So what do we do? And this is when we start to understand why the MEC speaks of not being victims, and rather we need heroes. But what are heroes? Heroes are people who don't just play, they win. And they don't just win, they win on a world stage. Because it's on a world stage with world-class competence that we now say, how do we shift an education system that's looking only to university, where only 2,900 are coming out, and capacitated to produce 40,000 and pull 10 billion in, right? And that's the big question. And I think, yes, we need to do things in basic education, and I'm inspired and I'm excited. But what do we do? Do we wait for someone who's in grade 1 now to get to grade 12, and then queue to enter Stellenbosch, and then come out, and then come and code? What will they be coding by then? We don't have time. So today, yes, basic education must do what basic education is doing, and I'm encouraged. But the 12 million youth that are unemployed today, they need to get busy coding. So I'm excited that you're offering NEMISA participation with other people, because I'm hoping, Trevor, then that you'll say, Nyari, does We Think Code also want to be a part of NEMISA? Because what we need to do is say, right now, we have youth that need to create technology. I'm excited about stats where we say 72% of people are using the internet. But what percentage of the 72% go on the internet and say, I can make something? I can create the solution. We talk about low bandwidth. Yes, we can look to the minister and say, Minister, open up the bandwidth. Alternatively, if our 12 million youth were competent software developers, they'd be building us low bandwidth solutions so that the tech works in Africa, right? If you look at the M-Pesa solution that happens in East Africa, what was going on there? They had a large number of unbanked, and these large number of unbanked needed to trade economically. And not being banked was a constraint. But when you put in the hands of a person with a constraint, a competence to solve, they will solve within their context. They are not going to wait for minister to give us bandwidth. And please, minister, give us bandwidth. But before you do, minister, if our 12 million youth were sitting with that device and an ability to create tech, not to consume the tech from the green-eyed, beautiful Swedes, you know, and we love green-eyed, beautiful Swedes, but what we're saying is the mode of creation would shift and would change. But if you don't have the competence and you have a problem, you are in a crisis. If you have the problem and you've got the competence, you are in an opportunity moment. And so I think where we are sitting right now is, where is the Ericsson of today within the software space to say, you're the ones with 40,000 people that you can't hire. What specifically do you need them to do? Right? Question number one. You're the one spending 10 billion rands outside when we need that money here. What exactly are you paying for out there? And then we need to cure ourselves of the university addiction. The German economy has a 70-30 split. 70% of the competence that they use to drive their economy comes out of what is the equivalent of TVET colleges. 70% of one of the biggest economies in the world. Let me tell you what's happening in TVET colleges in South Africa. 50 colleges nationally, over 340 campuses across the country. Annually, 5,000 young people are recruited into tech vocations in TVET. And I'm talking from networking to systems to whatever. I'll let you guess how many are graduating with the NCV qualification at the end of the 5 years. And this is the DHET data, 4.8%. 4.8%. 4.8% of 5,000. We have a 40,000 shortage, and we've got a 10 billion buying problem. And we are using systems. Yes, we've got a bandwidth problem, but we've got a bandwidth problem because we are using software that was built by a person who was sitting in Sweden with unlimited bandwidth. They didn't have to worry about bandwidth when they designed that problem. So unless we start designing for our context, when my mother cooks in her kitchen, she won't complain about a shortage of pasta. She never cooked with pasta. She makes pap with mealies in her garden, in the back, because she is solving within her context, and technology is no different. So I think we're in this moment in time where we need the heroes. We need the heroes. In the last 5 minutes of the game, we need to score the try. We need to convert the try. We need to land the penalty. That's a hero moment.
Yes.
That's a hero moment. And hero moments require dramatic, outsized decision making. We can't be in a queue of policy and deciding and waiting for basic education. Right now, 12 million people need to start coding, and those coders need to start creating solutions that work with the bandwidth we have, and we will start to generate all this unemployment problem in South Africa. The economic opportunity is there, and we know the answer, so we are in a problem situation with the privilege of knowing the cure to our disease. The question is, do we have the political will and the implementation capacity to get it done?
I nearly started clapping while you were talking. I was going to interrupt you anyway. But what came to my mind as you spoke, Nyari, is that I imagined maybe at my place or at my workplace when we have like pipes supplying water and there's a big leaking pipe and it's just there every day. The water is just spilling. So that's what is happening with South Africa in terms of talent, especially digital skills, with talent being offshored and a lot of money being paid to foreign companies or entities. So it's something that we need to do urgently, I believe, and in that way we will create the impact that we are looking for. Now, Shiva, ending with you, I know that we are right at the edge, and you did present, so I'm sure you'll be quite brief. What?
I can't say you're ending with her because you haven't asked my question.
Oh,
I was commenting on her presentation.
okay. I'll get to you quickly. Maybe we will request for 5 minutes extra. I was looking strictly at the time. We have 1 minute to go. However, I just wanted to check with you in terms of what can be done, especially for government, because government is the biggest employer as well, or the one that demands skills, especially these digital skills. What bold actions can be done that when we look at or can be taken, that when we look at maybe next year this time, we would see something shifting, but also in the next, by the end of 2025. What do you think, what could be those bold actions? It could be 1 or 2, or yes?
Sure. I think in keeping with what my presentation said,
You can use the mic there.
in
Yes.
keeping with what my presentation said and how we ended, leadership, it can't be an option. We have policies, frameworks, constraints when we work in government. That's very clear. We have to follow those. Force government employees to be trained, make it compulsory on digital skills. Force that. When it's optional, uptake is not where we want it to be. We've experienced this as the public service sector. I'll give you a quick example. We do a lot of recognition of prior learning. You may enter 1,000 learners. We struggle to get learners to exit. Why? They have dropped out of the course. These are public service officials, fully funded by the SETA. The employer has given them time off to go and attend classes, collect the portfolio of evidence, drop-offs, and not wanting to submit a portfolio of evidence. So for me, that one bold action, it might not be popular, but it's necessary if we want to make that change within government. And by making that change, you will see other aspects of policy implementation, business processes, and finally service delivery of this thing we call a public good changing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Indeed, leadership will be one of the greatest places we need to look at. But also, making sure that the programs can be delivered in such a way that, the people that are put into those programs can complete them. Indeed. Thank you. So now turning to you, Dr. Sithole, I nearly forgot you, and of course, you wouldn't pull your shoe there and throw it at me. So just to put it into context, we talked about infrastructure, we talked about data connectivity, we talked about delivery of skills and the talent that is demanded. However, in the process, I was even having this conversation with the acting CEO of USASA yesterday, that while this connectivity is being done and we have a lot of opportunities in terms of delivering, especially in those public spaces, what you need over and above that is content. Because you can do connectivity, our people will continue to consume foreign content. Because a lot of what we consume there is like foreign, except, well, maybe on TikTok, maybe there's certain things that are produced here in our own languages, but a lot of it, especially on YouTube, is foreign. And so the question is, how do we harness creative skills in a massive way, and also enlightening our people to produce the content that we need in the country, in the languages of our own people?
It's such a pity that we don't have time. Yes, please give us time, because it's a very important topic. I attended a concert of Prince in London at the O2, one of the state-of-the-art performance center. And he only did one venue in London for the whole of Europe. And all he kept saying, I have so many hits, but not enough time. And we have so much to discuss on this particular item, and we don't have the time. I don't know who took it. You know, I have no clue. What is the hashtag for this event? Yeah, that's where we start. Where are the social media young people that work for the department who are busy tweeting what is happening right now? Who are saying the minister has just spoken, the MEC has just spoken, the mayor has just spoken, and this is what they were saying, and Shiva just said this today. Where are the social media people that work for the department, and what is the hashtag? So when you talk about content, which is your question, content starts right here, right now. Yeah. But we did not address it. I mean, we forgot about it, you know. I just want to come back to what your main question. COVID-19 pandemic was an eye-opener for humanity, but also it created opportunities for people to reimagine how they interact with society outside of physical contact. And the amazing work that was done by the creative industry that said, we are not going to wait for COVID to finish and for us to go out there and create. They created content in their own spaces. Then they used the digital platform to tell the world what they were doing. You know, so what was happening, the dancer was dancing in the living room, shooting the dance sequence and sending it all over the world. The concert was being held in the minimum space and being beamed to the rest of the world. The crafters were doing an exhibition of their craft using digital technology and sending it out to the rest of the world. So were the photographers. We are talking about a creative sector that contributes 76.4 billion rands to the GDP of this country. And when we are saying the creative sector, we are talking about all the cultural domains. We are talking about craft, dance, visual arts, design, graphics, audio, interactive media, film, music. That is at the heart of actually our discussion here, because this is where this creative and this digital imagination actually happens. We had artists who were singing a song. One is in Germany, one is in South Africa, but we are seeing them all in a split screen, because that is where the space is today. And so what we are saying is that if you look, for instance, at the stats that the minister was referring to, and you look at what is the demographics of young people, that is where they are. Even the median age in that stats essay says is 28 years of age. And so we are having this challenge of having to trace where these skills are and how do they actually project into society. Podcast has become the biggest thing. TV right now, SABC is reimagining what it's supposed to be doing in the digital space, because linear TV is no longer the issue. People want to consume content everywhere, always, and for everyone on the move. SABC is talking about SABC Plus, the over-the-top offerings. DTH is one of the things that is going to be happening. For my side, I was telling you earlier on that we are building, Minister, the biggest, probably the first, cultural precinct, the Solomon Linda Cultural Precinct in my village of Pomeroy, which has just been renamed after him now. That cultural precinct is going to have museum, public library, multi-purpose center, on-air auditorium. I would like to live here with an MOU that all these players that are here are going to make that cultural precinct the smartest cultural precinct in a rural community ever in South Africa. That is what I would like to sign when I leave. And by the way, we are sort turning on the 24th of November.
Thank you, and congratulations on that milestone. Yeah. By the way, Mr. Linda that you referred to composed the song Imbube.
Imbube, yes.
which I believe all of you know. So there's a lot of talent in the country, even the young people in terms of content. I can imagine the top teachers, if we produce content based on, how they teach, and the other teachers learning from that, or even the learners accessing that content. You can imagine in the connected schools alone. So
Some years back, we were talking about CDs will die. There will be no more CDs. I couldn't believe it. I was like, no, it cannot happen. We want the CD. We want to read who played bass, who played guitar. And I remember when I was Group MD at Gallo, and we were being told that this thing is gone. I couldn't believe it. Where is Musica today? Where is Look and Listen? Gone. Everything is now digital. The artists we used to go and send promo guys to go to each and every radio station to sample a radio with a CD. Because you could do it only physically. We used to do in-store promos where you send the artist to go and get there in the in-store promo. Today, they do that in the studio. Perform is being captured on Instagram, on Facebook, or on X, on TikTok. And this is where they are playing now. And they are monetizing YouTube. They are monetizing this content using these digital platforms. And YouTube is now the biggest thing in terms of monetizing. Content creators have become aware that this is the future. So I agree with the message that we got from our principals that the future is here.
thank you. We've eaten into the lunchtime. I'm sure some of you are quite angry, but I think it was worth it. It was worth it. Thank you, Minister. I feel I'm safe when you respond like that. So, just in summary, I think it was a mouthful that was said. I'm not going to contaminate it, but rather just to thank all our panelists for your contribution. I think we've, in a way, set the tone for the next ones. They need to catch the standard that we set. So thank you so much. But out of this as well, there are actions. I'm sure those that are capturing this event will make sure that we go back and we really, in the report, these things are lifted up and we are able to turn them into actions that we can follow through. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before you go, I don't think I'll be well liked if I don't give the opportunity for those in the room to ask questions. I know we keep saying that lunch. Dr. Stola asked earlier on, people keep saying that, we don't have enough time. Who took that time? So I don't want to be accused of having not afforded people to engage. What a powerful session. Please, a round of applause again. Really. There's quite a lot that has come out of this. But the one thing that keeps resonating with me is, what keeps being said, that we do have those that have access to the internet, but do they have the intention of developing innovative solutions? And the one other aspect was we need to start teaching coding now, and we need a political will now. When that was happening, I have the privilege of sitting next to the principals. So Minister got very excited, and I think I would love to kickstart first before we go anywhere with an opportunity. And I know, moderator, this is your session and I should allow you to guide it, but if I can just get the minister to, because the one thing he then said was, we do have the political will, what's stopping it? That's why we are here. We are here to make sure that that which you are suggesting turns into a viable, action-oriented plan to deliver to the outcome at hand. So, Minister, please, I see you've got the mic. Apologies, I'm not wearing my specs.
I can speak.
Yes, please. Thank you so much, Minister.
What do I press?
Yes.
No, I'll try to be. I felt extremely educated, especially by Nira. And the stats, I just wanted to say, without spoiling the great work you guys are doing, the political will is here. The reason we've come here is the political will. We're saying to you, it is here, make use of it. That's the reason we're here. We brought all these brains so that you can make use of the available political will. Secondly, let's spoke about practical approach. I just wanted to say something. I hope Mr. Jack, from education. You, Mr. Jack.
Mr. Siliki
Eh?
Tlhabane. Siliki Tlhabane.
Ndate Thabane.
Yes.
I enjoyed you were music in my ears. Because unless we redesign our curriculum from cradle to the grave, we are going to remain behind. People were laughing at me in the morning. I said, I want children, as they get into the cradle from the bed, they must go there digitally. As they are worn off the breast, it must be done. As they open their eyes, they must see a digital environment. Because it is where the entire information is for them to use their energy. But without a waste of time, I'm worried about what Nira said. Nira says, we can't wait for a grade 0 child. Now, if you look at the PC4IR, it says, the question you must answer in this conference, the digital evolution is unfolding. The question you must answer, what opportunities is it giving South Africa? How are we supposed to be positioned to actually take advantage of that? With immediate effect, medium, and long term. An immediate effect talks to what Nira is speaking about, that you can't wait for 0. So all those answers, today and tomorrow, we expect them from yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We're going to take 3 questions. 3 questions. So beyond that, we will not be able to, unfortunately. Yes, Minister?
I forgot something.
Yes, Minister.
That's why I was referring to Silike. If there's one thing we've disrespected in South Africa, it's TVET colleges. We have allowed a situation where children who cannot perform somewhere are sent to TVET college. And you expect TVET college to put us on the cutting edge of technology. Yet this technology requires best mathematicians, best statisticians, best critical thinkers, and so on. But those we think can't afford, we say they must lead, put us on the cutting edge of technology. We need to reorganize our mindset around that.
Good afternoon. My name is Dimakatso Masiteng. I'll try to be brief. I had so many questions, as the Chief Director of Education was speaking, then Ms. Mira, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing it correctly, then Dr. Sithole came, so I was like all over the place. But firstly, I'd like to commend the Chief Director. I think it's a great initiative that we are moving to, amending our curriculum in terms of, including those technological spaces from grade R. And Dr. Sithole said something very pertinent in his last remarks about how, in terms of, I would say, entertainment industry, how they have found a way to sort of like monetize our social media platforms. So I just wanted to say to what Ms. Nira was saying, there lies the solution. We can have a balancing act. It is important that our children are educated with technological investments. So it's a great initiative from Department of Education. But at the same time, in the immediate effect, we have seen our influencers trying to penetrate that space and actually making a living and income from that. Similarly to what the minister was saying right now about disrespecting TVET colleges, I also wanted to say the world of influencing, it's sort of like not formalized, if I can put it in that way. Because right now we are thinking about, yes, technological 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, but right now, if we can also encourage our young people in particular from the NYDA, by the way, that it is fine for you to, tap into the influencing space in whatever skill set that you might have at that particular time. And again, thinking about the skills of the future, that's why we're here. So as much as Ms. Nire, with We Think Code, we are solving for today, the chief director there will be solving for the skills of the future with the discussions that we'll be having today. One last remark. So I'm from a village, Sikukuni region. My first interaction with a computer, I was in matric or after. Today I'm head of technology at NYDA. So also, besides the political will, there's also that personal will and the information that we do receive that sometimes we might take for granted. One comment to you, Chief Director, I just wanted to say, I'm that generation that came just after OBE. So the new curriculum after that, it was me. So, so we used to have this life orientation book. At the back of the book, we had information of other important government information like Umsobomvu at the time. So ironically, I now work for the NYDA, which is a product of that. But that actually helped because when you're sitting in a rural area with little information, that book that I get from the Department of Education, some of us, we read until the end. So at the back there, they had all important information about universities, TVET colleges, and some of the programs that are there. So maybe it's something that you can look into in the life skills book, include NEMISA, include We Think Code, so that young people can be able to consume that information. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not want to be rude, but anyone else that we give an opportunity, we're not going to give that amount of time. Thank you, so that I don't end up losing this opportunity to come back after lunch and run the session. So the next, we've got two. So I've given this room, I'm going to give to the other end. There was the lady wearing, our colleague wearing a green jacket. Please, can we give them the mic? The green jacket next to, on that side, please. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, Program Director, Dr. Magaziwe Makamba. I just prepared a few questions, but I'll ask probably two. I've noticed that we speak more about the digital skills. My concern is more about what do we do in terms of enhancing the public servant, especially when it comes to the digital skills. What are we doing in that regard so that we don't have a gap? The second one is that there's a lot that has been done in the digital skills. However, do we have any M&E tool so that we can measure the impact of these digital skills provincially, and also to assess what kind of problems do we have, what kind of skills do we need provincially? I'll just ask those two questions. Oh, last more one. We talk about 4IR. I know that in the Presidential Commissioner's report, there is a part talking about incentivizing local manufacturers. So when we talk about 4IR and talk about the digital skills, there is a need of innovators. What do we do with the kids that are actually programming this nice application? What do we do with them? Do we let them go and work, or we just try to at least give them some bit of a funding so they can start their own businesses? Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to pause. Whilst we think about who's best able to answer that question, I'm going to come to this side of the room and give, please, my colleague here in front the opportunity to ask the question. That's the three. Please forgive me. Hasenna. Thank you.
My name is Neliswa. Okay. Is it on? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Neliswa Pam. My question is on pipeline development. What is government doing to ensure that the very same children we're talking about, the youth we want to empower, are we giving them space or opportunities in the pipeline development wherein they come in without without experience, but in the organization we groom them so that they're part of the development pipeline in government. Thank you.
Thank you. CEO, I don't know whether you heard that question. Somehow I get a sense that it could be directed to you. The second last question, well, a multiplicity of the questions. Who do we have here in the panel to want to answer that?
Just the last one, Program Director.
Pardon?
Just the last one.
just the last one. I think
Yeah.
it's an important one. I'm so sorry. It's an important one because I think from an international perspective point of view, I think that we haven't spoken about something that will help us look from a BRICS point of view. How do we collaborate, accelerate, taking into consideration that countries such as China, Brazil, and India have already moved so far in terms of digitization? How do we make sure that the young ones that are coming through, that we partner with those countries, bring some of the minds and the talents that they have, make sure that we accelerate and move quicker, as opposed to looking into the long term? I think the minister has said that the time is now. The time is not in the future. So we've got examples that we can take internationally and bring some of the youth here and make sure that we accelerate and move quite faster. I think the issue of Brazil, the issue of BRICS, we actually forgot about it, haven't
Okay.
spoken about it. Thank you.
Okay, now that there's an unfair disposition, now please have to go back again because I believe in equity. So I need to give another one. So I think that,
Very quick.
please just hold. That question, DDG, I don't know whether you heard that question. It's speaking to the, what do you call, bilateral, multilateral relationships that exist. Is it a question that you'd want to answer, or is there somebody within the space of the department that would answer that? Please, can we think about it? I'm going to give the opportunity for the department to think through who would answer that. I'm going to come back again because that multiple question is heavy. So I'm giving you guys a chance to think about it. One last person on this side. Okay, on that side, yes. Sir.
Okay, Enkosi kakhulu Njabulele. Yeah, just wanted to ask about very quick. Mr. Tlabani spoke about a number of things. In his small speech, he dwelt kakhulu on curriculum. Obviously, when you talk about rolling out of these digital skills, in particular in basic schools, there are a number of things that obviously you need to think about. You also talked about obvious issue of internet connectivity, and you also provided timelines. For instance, you talked about the fact that government is saying by 2025 they'll probably be giving about 18,500 schools. But what I wanted to ask is that, for instance, what is the basic infrastructure plan? Because if we're going to talk about digital skills and all of that, you need computers. So you are here in Mdantsane, for instance, and we've noted that most of the township schools, or even in rural areas, they don't have the infrastructure. So what is the basic infrastructure plan on that? And then also the security, because we know in townships, there are a lot of abantu who do drugs and all of that. So even if you do put infrastructure in place, again and again. So what is security measures that are you putting in place? We do have solutions as SMMEs, but we just wanted to understand, perhaps on your side as government, what are the solutions that you have on these particular issues? Thank you very much.
Okay, fantastic. I'm bringing it back to the panelists. I'd like us to start with our colleague, Dr. Makasiswe.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes. Maybe I should take that one.
please.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Makaziwe, for the question. Your question was really more about, I think, having to do with public service, what can be done there. What I know is that there's partnerships that are coming up, one with Cisco, which will involve SITA, State Information Technology Agency, to establish a learning academy for public service, working with PSITA. I think they still are going to approach PSITA, but there's a lot of work done by PSITA itself. It sounds like I'm answering on your behalf, but there's a lot of work done by PSITA itself, as well as the National School of Government, and other SITAs, together with NEMISA as well. There's work that we are doing to contribute towards skilling the public servants. So you also asked about measuring the skills, or measuring the work that is being done. I can say that annually we do undertake impact assessment and as NEMISA, but I believe that it needs to be more aggregated. We've been discussing about many people doing a lot of initiatives in the country. So we need to find a way to pull that together, something like a platform of platforms. Nozipo calls it that. So that where all the data can be pulled through, and then we have an aggregated data to see who has been doing what, so that we pull everything together in the ecosystem. And it's what the minister was emphasizing as well. So those are my answers to the questions. The one on entrepreneurship, I think it links as well to the pipeline question that came from this side. So what we are doing is that we be deliberate that when we train people, we not just train them to look for jobs, but rather that they also have entrepreneurial skills. From NAMISA side, we have also developed a course called Digital Entrepreneurship. But with all the other partners that we work with, we try to drive at that, and maybe we need to, other entities or players in the education system need to look at that, including basic education, that our people are exposed to entrepreneurship at a young age, but also linking, you spoke about experience, work-based learning. There are many methods of doing that. There's work-based learning where they are placed into internships or for a period of time into workplaces, but also that we take advantage of what is now called digital work, where young people can go onto platforms where they do freelancing, consulting. There's a lot of opportunities there, where them being able to serve clients not only in South Africa but across the world. So, and again, I know that government has been pushing to take away this issue of experience before an entry-level person goes into a job. So I think we're making strides when it comes to that. Thank you.
The question?
On the BRICS,
Yes.
I think the BRICS question is a very important question because it speaks to the experience I was sharing earlier on about how we were using multinational corporations to sponsor some of the areas of emphasis. And we could start with the TVET and identify those areas of emphasis and then zoom into the BRICS countries and check which of the countries have got companies that specialize in a particular area. And then through multilateral negotiations, get them to sponsor those areas, whether it is through infrastructure, as we were talking about that, infrastructure, or just through skills training itself, and sponsor those academic or college training programs. Otherwise, it could prove difficult if we think we can do it on our own. We do have that BRICS, yes. Mm-hmm.
What I would add to that is, my sense is if you take a food-at-home perspective window into it, and you look at South Africa is actually within the African continent is quite advanced in terms of an industrialization level. And many South African businesses today are doing quite advanced technology things, whether it be in software, in data science, in artificial intelligence, etc. We have a lot of local activity going on. And I think that's why I refer a lot to the stats of the South African money that goes offshore. And then we can talk about the size of the existing South African industry. I think it's actually more beginning with a local industry collaboration, where if we can understand where our existing shortage of skills is here, then you've got a legitimate economic imperative to make work the upskilling because the absorption is here. So if you look at the South African banking sector, it's actually quite incredibly digitized. And the question is, what skills are they needing there in terms of cloud computing, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, mobile development, etc. And what is the mechanism by which the skills that are needed locally, which they are managing to get? FNB is not failing to implement certain AI that they need to operate. But then rather than necessarily starting at BRICS and saying, what can you teach us? If you start at a South African industry level and say, what's missing? And I think that's the role that the CETAs play predominantly, is what's missing? What skills don't we have? What's on our critical skills list that we're saying we need to bring from outside? And then we say, okay, where from best practice is it? And then you bring it in, because actually, fortunately, digital curriculum travels quite easily over the bandwidth that the minister is giving us. So that's my...
But I just want to say, the point I was making was not about importing the skills. it was about funding the programs so that we can get a pool of students
Yeah.
going into that program without having to go look for money because it's already funded by those that can carry the financial.
I think what I'm controversially saying is the South African sector across, and you spoke about the multi-sectoral nature of digital technology, the people that are sending 10 billion rands overseas have money to pay for that skilling locally, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
And it might be a controversial
Yeah, that's fine.
point to make, but there's a lot of food at home, and we can find expertise, but we have the money in South Africa to train our own people.
Yeah, just a second.
You
There's
agree?
also, I happen to be privileged to attend the Ministers of Communications BRICS Summit in Cape Town, and they mentioned that there's the BIFN, which has been set up, the BRICS Institute for Futures Networks. So each BRICS country will have a chapter of that, and there'll be that cross collaboration, either country to country or at BRICS level, where skills will be identified, and those countries with strong points will be able to exchange, and also looking at international exchange programs as well, but at high end. Thank you.
Thank you for that, because I was about to say, I didn't think that we'd quite answered the question of Sir here, because it can happen parallel, right? Whilst you're busy talking to the local, owners of cash to amplify the the needed skill set, it doesn't mean that we also can't engage with international organizations or international, countries to help us also empower our youth and drive them to do the exchange programs that you're talking to. So I believe that you are answered, sir, and anybody else that did ask the question, we are answered. I'm gonna wrap up this unless if there's...
Sorry, there was a
sure.
question about security
Oh, sorry,
of
security, yes.
thing. Yeah, Mr. Siligi can take that, and the ICT infrastructure.
Apologies.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just speak to two things quickly. One, I think Minister raised a very important thing that we must not just go past. The issue of bringing what we in education call parity of esteem towards subject combinations or subject offerings. That children who are not doing well academically, then they are pushed to vocational subjects, and yes, that is partly correct, Minister. But the other truth is that we have always tried to get every child to excel academically. And children who were not gifted this way, but they were gifted differently, their gifts were not taken care of. And because they were gifted differently, we label them as not intelligent, when they're actually not necessarily dumb, but they're able to break things, they're able to make things with their hands. But we've been trying to squeeze knowledge into their heads and say, and take a test, memory test, so that we test whether you remember this or not. So we say all children are gifted, but they are gifted differently. And that the system needs to support each child and nurture their gifts so that they can excel in whichever way. The problem that we have in this country is that these blue-collar subjects or blue-collar careers, when we got out of the old regime and we got into the new dispensation, we developed a negative attitude towards anything that had to do with using your hands. And it was for a reason, it was political. Because you remember that our parents and our grandparents were pushed to use their hands and serve a master. Now, anything that had to do with using your hands was perceived as low class. And something that was regarded as higher was when you had to use I don't want to say your Yeah, you know, the theoretical part. And if I can ask, how many here, because the problem starts here, Minister, here. How many of the parents here do not wish that their children could go to university? You will find that there's none. All of them are really pushing their children to go to university. And very few, a small percentage, you'll find that their children went into the TVET space. Now, this created a huge problem in that there was this, you know, push for university, which is creating a lot of children not being accepted in university because there are only a few seats in the lecture rooms, and parents are refusing to accept that their children can actually go to TVET colleges. So in response to that, as basic education, we have developed what you call the 3 streams model curriculum that gives all pathways equal opportunities. And in line with the German model, our vision is to have only 40% of our learners following what you call academic programs within the schooling, and 60% following the vocational, technical, and occupational. Because Stats SA recently, about 3 years ago, they published a report that said in Soweto alone, the informal trading that includes the occupational and the vocational trades, where somebody is called to come and fix a pipe, to fix electricity, to deal with the sound that we are using here now. The exchange of money there in 1 year was 3 billion rand. Exchange of money. You call a plumber, and we need to demystify these subjects. When I call a plumber, before they do any job, I have to pay them the same amount that I pay my doctor. It's about 400 rands. It's about 400 rands for them to come and diagnose the problem. And after diagnosing, then I must go and get the material. But their call-out fee and the diagnosis is about, so it simply means in terms of economic livelihoods, there's a lot of money in this space, and we need to change the perceptions of parents, perceptions of learners, perceptions of society about this. In conclusion, yeah. And I'm also guilty. I've got sons and daughters. They have degrees. One is in grade 11 now. If you ask me whether I want her to go to TVET colleges, I would not answer here. So I'm simply saying we as parents are the problem. And the minister, we need to respond to your concern. So lastly, the issue of what is that basic education is doing, and what are the plans in terms of resourcing schools and what have you. I can just answer it briefly to say there's a lot of capital investment that gets into ensuring that we resource our schools with all the digital resources and ICT resources. Last financial year only, all provinces, the entire sector, we spent 2.3 billion rand. So you can hear that there's a lot of investment that is getting into that. But 26,000 schools are a lot. It's not something that we'll be able to do like you said that we must have a long-term thinking. That there are short-term things that needs to be done. But when looking at basic education, in terms of the plan that must come out of here, basic education must fit into that long-term plan. The minister wants that don't ignore the long-term planning. In as much as we respond to the immediate, you must have a clear plan that has the long-term aspects to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. I need to get us to lunch. And these are the directions or the house rules in terms of where we're going to go to lunch. Yeah, there's that too. Okay, in terms of lunch, as you move out of the conference room, you will meet with ushers who will give you vouchers. They will also indicate to you, that is, you're going to turn left towards the restaurant where you are going to be served lunch. And my colleagues as well will also assist in that regard. In terms of a question earlier on that Dr. Sitole has asked, there is a hashtag that we are using, and I'm going to read it out. It is, and it's coming from my colleague, Jane, who did assist us in this regard. It's Digital Skills Conference 2023. Just also, you know, for those that are not here and you're thinking, flip, I wish my friend was here, we are live streaming on our Facebook page as well as the YouTube. That is for the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. So it's all systems go. Apologies for that. Please, I'm asking that we are leaving at 1:45. May I humbly ask that we are all here at 2:30 because we are literally half an hour behind and we still need to have another plenary session in here before we go and do the deep dive sessions. This has been incredible, empowering, informative, but I do want to still resonate with what the minister is saying. Minister has said there is political will. We are here to discuss the solutions. So I've heard a lot of conversations around what we can do. Parents are the ones that are responsible. So how are we going to change perceptions of parents and all these other issues and challenges that we're highlighting? Panelists, can you think about it, even if you're not coming back here, but for purposes of myself as the scribe of the two-day conference, I need to make sure that I get the answers. Colleagues, please bear with us. I need to get the answers in terms of the reporting that we are developing to say, so what? So you've shared all of this. How do you help us to move South Africa forward? Thank you so much. It's been awesome.
to. Achede. PowerPoint. Just want to see if my PowerPoint's working. different innovation areas and a
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from our lunch. We're about to kick off in the next 2 to 3 minutes. I note that I've been told that there's still some people that are coming through, but I think we need to move because there's, particularly within the next plenary session, 2 of the participants thereof have to attend to urgent matters, and we are running behind schedule, but that shouldn't mean that they should be compromised with their other urgent deliverables that they've got to get to. So if we can settle down and be comfortable about getting seated. I trust you had an awesome lunch. The food was great, but that it's not gonna lead us to go to Hawaii, you know? When I was lecturing in my heydays, you know, I remember the students then teaching me the concept of Hawaii. They said, QNM, we just look at you and smile, but we're not here. So, so please don't go to Hawaii. All right. Good afternoon. I just need to check with Good afternoon. We get into plenary session 2, digital entrepreneurship and innovation. It is made up of 2 key sections, which is firstly, the presentation, which will be delivered by Dr. Wendy.
Just Wendy.
Okay, because I see here it's written to Miss Wendy, but yeah, and then of course followed by the panel moderation. So just to assist us all, because what we do not want is to end up with a situation where, you know, there's been burning questions and burning comments and you're not really getting the opportunity to really let out and talk. So we are going to have the presentation, then followed by the panel moderation, conversation, and then we will take questions. And this is how I would humbly ask that we work with each other. So we're going to group our conversation into 3 categories. There'll be an opportunity where I ask all those who have got questions, please raise your hands. And then you'll give us the opportunity to ask us questions, and whoever is here then will note down, assist us to make sure that they are able to answer those questions. Then after those questions have been dealt with, I'll then ask for an opportunity for those that would want to give comments, right? And then, of course, we'll give an opportunity for those that want to remark and give their in-depth, contribution to the work at hand. Then we'll set into the last category. We say all those that are moving us forward, all those who are certainly saying, from what we've discussed, from the questions that have been raised by others, from the remarks that have been highlighted by others, this is the way forward. Not forgetting that we are, of course, given a set of outcomes that we need to deliver to. So we do not want to find ourselves having had another talk shop. We know how expensive those are. We here wanting to make sure that the digital strategy of the department is implemented. And we are trusted, and that's why we are in this room, trusted with the competency, capability, and passion to want to empower the department, GIZ, as well as NMISA, in making sure that they deliver to their intentions. Right, so allow me please to introduce the next speaker. 8 years she headed up an innovation section at Standard Bank, and with all the work that came out of that, 8 years later, that passion drove her to really say, now I do want to continue this work, but this time in a different environment at Deloitte Africa, where she continues to make sure that she drives digital inclusion and skills and social innovation leadership and institutional capability for the digital area. It makes sense for us to have you here with us today because you are discussing digital innovation for global competitiveness. Please help me to welcome Ms. Wendy.
Thank you. That was a beautiful introduction. Bit of a graveyard shift, and so much was discussed this morning. And as I was listening to it, I was wondering how could I add to that and create a different dialogue for a little bit this afternoon. Just want to wait for my slides. All right, thanks. So today, I think I could go on a little bit around all the ways we could do this better, but I think there's amazing experts in the room that know a lot about the how. And so what I'm going to focus on a little bit today is my journey as a female entrepreneur, a bit of a late starter, and I'll give you a bit of context for that. But I really would like to focus on what do we do as leaders in the room to actually help with this. How do we create the culture? How do we create the role modeling that's required? And how do we create digital leadership within ourselves? And so what I heard this morning was a lot of amazing programs that are being run in partnership, that are being run in government, that have been run in many different private initiatives as well. I'm not really going to touch on those. I think what I want to light a fire about today is around we as leaders and what do we need to do as we face this challenge. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that and let me know how it goes. Just a bit more about me and why I'm so passionate about this area. I don't know if you want to just change this mic. It keeps banging. Is that irritating? Is it okay? Okay. Is 8 years of innovation at Standard Bank, right through from running SnapScan and Instant Money and a whole lot of different payments ventures that you're probably very aware of or might have used in the past, and then moving on to that to actually being given responsibility for the group to actually launch 2 agri startups, one in South Africa, which got 7 global awards for, one in Uganda, which was then for East Africa, and then following on from that in the trader space. So kind of the phrase I hear a lot of our clients at the moment is owning the township. And how can we help get real market access and digital products out to our spaza shops and their whole ecosystem. So it's been an amazing 8 years, and I'm really grateful for it. I heard quite a few questions earlier in the audience about the female representation and how did it feel. It often felt lonely, because I think one of the first things I want to leave here as entrepreneurs, as innovation champions, is we've got to start making sure we have a much more diverse focus. And when I do these talks at schools, a lot of the time, the young female women in the room have not seen innovation or entrepreneurship as a career for them. And this morning, I've heard a lot about skills development and coding, etc. I think that's one element. I want to talk a little bit more around the holistic entrepreneur and what it takes to be a holistic entrepreneur in this space. So I'm really looking forward to sharing some of my thoughts. Hopefully I can build on a lot of the stuff that was discussed earlier and leave you some thoughts around how we need to look at this ourselves as well as in our organization. So I think the first thing I wanted to land is that innovation never ends. And I think there can't be a more exciting time than there is today to be involved in innovation. I think society at large and what's happening with AI and a lot of the other innovations is just amazing. And I want to talk a little bit more about that. I think we're definitely on that sixth wave, and that sixth wave is about upending things. It's about changing the way we live, interact with each other, and I think that there's never, as I've said before, never been a more exciting time to be alive. And I am so energized by that. So much opportunity, so much stuff to do, and this group, the debates that were happening before lunch is all about how we equip our nation to do better at that. So the first point I wanted to leave was obviously around the different innovation waves. Any of you who follow Singularity or any of you who follow what's going to happen in the future, I think these waves are just going to come more and more at us. And the change is going to become even greater. And how do we make sure that Africa isn't left behind? I think one of the things that scares me as an innovation leader at Deloitte now, I head up innovation and ventures for Deloitte across Africa, which is across all of our different countries, is that the new wave of AI and, for many extents, generative AI could actually replace me, and I'm okay with that, but could actually make me better. And so if you look at some of the work that's going to start coming out of generative AI, especially within my career, it's about idea generation, it's about testing a product, it's about looking at competitors, it's about a go-to-market strategy. And a lot of the time, AI can actually help us to do that. But what I'm going to talk about a little bit later is that our secret sauce as humans is actually in some of those very traditional skills that I think we need to heighten. And so, although there's some basic foundational skills which are around digital and data literacy, I think some of the things that are inherent to humans is what's going to set us apart. And I want to talk a little bit about that as we go through the slides. So I think digital entrepreneurship is an interesting thing. And what I worry a little bit around South Africa, and for those of you who have traveled along the continent, is how do we get much more of a basic entrepreneurial culture into our society, where everyone has a side hustle, where everyone's doing something, and although you've got a corporate role or a role in public service, etc., you've all got multiple side hustles, and you all think about things differently. And so the first point that I want to land with you is, how do we create that culture of an entrepreneurship within the schools like we were discussing, but how do we make sure we support it much wider? What I'm excited about and the different innovations that I've been involved with over the last 8 years, they've all been technology-based. A lot of it is around solving one problem. And if you've been exposed to SnapScan, when you used to, or Zapper, when you scan a QR code to make a payment, back in 2015 when I took over that was pretty next generation. And along came mobile payments, tap to pay. Everyone's so used to now just tapping your phone on a POS device, and you can see how quickly it moves, and that you really need to be connected in with it to make sure that you stay with it. I think that we have an amazing opportunity in Africa, and why I stay in Africa to drive that, which is particularly with our mobile access and around things such as payments, around solving particular problems, and really solving the movement of cash. And so in this digital entrepreneurship mode, I think as innovation leaders, we've got particular services that we can innovate around. You can think about content, you can think about payments, financial services, You can think about the delivery of goods and how you order online. But I also think there's amazing opportunity here to build on that and to do so much more. And I think a lot of discussions this morning was about unemployment. It was about the factors that are negative that could really help us. And I'm not going to go into the examples around access, infrastructure, and connectivity because I think we've spoken about it a lot this morning. But I really do hope that we're able to get, as you said in this room today, groundswell support around what we need to do to make sure that it's inclusive and it goes across all segments of society. As a show of hands, and for those of you who've dozed off, this is not your moment, but as a show of hands, how many of you are using TikTok? Okay, it's more than most. So one of the things I wanted to talk about is TikTok. And as we build on this theme, which is very much around us as leaders, us as innovation role models or entrepreneurial role models, let's take a moment to think about TikTok. And for those of you who have been using TikTok or have heard about TikTok, this has been, I guess, the disruptor of social media. And even on the slides we saw earlier from the work from the first session, I didn't see TikTok featured. Interesting. And I was glad because I had new content, so that's great. But worried that all the content had already gone. But I think TikTok for me is an amazing example of how we as leaders need to start taking on new disruptive trends. And the first thing I want to say is let's talk a little bit about TikTok. So TikTok is a Gen Z app. It's around creating basically a cultural phenomena around content creation. And if you've got kids like I do, I have quite a few, maybe too many. If you have kids like I do, TikTok or I want to make a TikTok is kind of like becomes part of their everyday life. It's meme driven, it's content rich, I can communicate with my friends, it's really easy to use, and I just came back from Singapore and everyone's creating TikTok videos wherever I am. But the point I wanted to make here is this is happening right now to our younger generation. And to your point earlier about influencers, we need to also be influencers. We need to be ahead of some of the digital trends like TikTok. We need to understand on the next slide, a piece of the slide here, how they use AI to create a For You page, how they curate content. How do big brands and organizations need to use TikTok? How can we use TikTok and influencers to get a lot of our communities more digitally savvy? And so I want you to think about TikTok, and instead of being a little bit dismissive, quite frankly, I'm also guilty of that, about TikTok, is get ahead of it. Start to understand what's happening with TikTok. Connect with your kids or your community or your family with TikTok. It's a great example of how to start to become digital role models yourselves. I think we were just reading, and there's a great magazine at the airport now. It's the Forbes Africa version. And I was reading on the plane this morning that the top TikTok influencer is 162 million followers, and he's just been asked to then extend that into becoming a Fortnite actor, digital actor. So I think there's amazing new careers, there's amazing new content, there's amazing new platforms that we as leaders within each of our industries really need to get closer to. I want to talk a little bit around artificial intelligence. I did quite a similar discussion at a Telkom conference about 2 months ago, where I wanted to talk about AI, and I wanted to talk about what this meant for us, and how do we take this into bite-sized chunks that we can all consume and we can all understand. About 6 years ago, I was given the responsibility to look after blockchain for the Standard Bank Group, and I used to go on these road shows to try and educate people around blockchain. And the thing that I shared with them is that if you want to understand blockchain and the use cases for example, financial services or identity or a trusted ledger, you as a business leader or leader within your community doesn't need to understand exactly how blockchain works. But what you do need to understand is the use cases and the implications of it. And I think that's similar to what I hear about AI. And even though AI has been around for 15 years, I don't think we're reading enough on it. I don't think we understand enough about it so that we become, again, the leaders on that next adoption cycle when it comes to new technology. So I tried to, in my own layman's terms, and I'm not a data and AI specialist, I'm an innovation and venture specialist, is start to think about what does this actually mean? And the reason I'm pausing on this is that it hasn't really been a conversation too much this morning, but I think this has got incredible impact for the way we think about things and the way things take place. And so really simply put, I think it's the ability of a machine, it's that second line there, to perceive, learn, reason, and make decisions based on data and algorithms. Again, you don't have to understand the algorithms, you don't have to understand how it does it. It's just this amazing tool. I think the second thing is, what are those different levels? So how do we move from machine learning, where I can take data, use algorithms, and come back with some results, through to deep learning, which is multiple sources of data, and then obviously the gold rush on AI, which is about generative AI. I'm a little bit excited, I'm a little bit scared about generative AI. You hear it all the time. What does it actually mean? I think a lot of use cases are going to come out, and I think a lot of those use cases are where people are creative. So take content in and produce something new. And so, again, as leaders within the space, how do we make sure that we understand the differences and that we're able to work with them? I think this has got massive implications for my industry, consulting. Routine tasks are going to become a lot more automated. I think it's got massive implications for journalism. It's obviously got massive implications for anything from a customer interaction perspective. And if you have a look at this one over here, you can see that these are all the different ways that it might be able to be used in the future. And all of us, AWS, Deloitte, whoever it might be, we are spending millions and millions of dollars on exploring this and having a look at the different use cases. And I think this is probably this whole set of capabilities is probably one of the most exciting things or times that we're living in right now. At the SATNAC conference with Telkom, there was lots of debates that we were having around the risks of AI. And a lot of people talk about governance and what could happen and replacing jobs. I don't see it the same. I see it as an opportunity. Of course, it must be managed well, but it's an opportunity for us as leaders to really get involved. So let's talk a little bit around what that means for you and what that means for your organization. We've called it the ambidextrous organization. It comes from a piece of work that's been done, well, it's actually been in media for a long time, but I like to use this phrase. As leaders, as organizations, within public service, within private, whatever it might be, I urge us all to think about this whole ambidextrous part. So how can you explore stuff that's completely new, so that's on the right-hand side, and how do you exploit the stuff that you already do? And this has got great application in a big corporate, it's got great application within public service, and it's also got very great application for us as individuals. So this ambidextrous is so tricky. And one of the things that happened to me last year is that the percentage of how much the organization was going to focus on exploit versus explore changed. And the whole group innovation area that I was part of got restructured. So on an ongoing basis, there's a whole what I call breathing in and breathing out of an organization, where you tend to try and balance this all the time. And what happens, for the most part, if you look on the right-hand side for an organization, is that in order to get that sort of balance right between what can I exploit of my current capabilities and what can I explore, there's some real barriers to thinking about how to do that in a really great way. And one of the things we've seen over the last year and a half has really been about back to basics, cost optimization, a lot of pressure from an economic perspective. And then what happens, just like marketing or training, innovation is the first budget to be cut. It's the first thing that they get rid of. And so in a world where we have what we have right now, the ability to move between how much can I explore for the organization versus how much must I get right today is actually a science and an art. And I've seen multiple iterations of this at the different corporates that I've been on. So I think to be ambidextrous right now as an organization, it's super tough. I don't think you can think of one organization in South Africa right now, maybe outside of Discovery, that has gone adjacent to where it is and really done something different. Most people are sticking to their knitting, they're looking at slightly adjacent businesses, and they are kind of swimming in their lanes. That is tough in the innovation and digital entrepreneurship space. The second thing I wanted to mention here is individuals, and this is where I think I can really add a lot of value based on this morning and then moving into your afternoon sessions, is what do you do as an individual leader in the space? How do you make sure that you move out of your comfort zone? How do you make sure that you are able to find the right resources to help you to do stuff? How do you make sure that you have role models? One of the biggest issues I've had is that there are not a lot of female role models out there doing a lot of innovation and ventures. Where do you go and find that? How do you make sure that you can work within a high-risk environment and still support your family or your community? And then very importantly, how do you find the time? How do you find the time to become an innovation leader or a role model when everything's so pressurized? And I think there was a question here earlier just about upskilling as a public service employee. How do you find the time? So the thought here to leave with you is, as an organization and then as an individual, how do you create enough time to do the thinking around these other topics in the exploit and explore space? 2 more slides to go. So I know you're giving me the wide glare there, Queen. So, okay, so I think what I want to end with is just a couple of thoughts. The first one is by 2030, I think AI will lead to massive disruption in our industries. It's not bad disruption, but it's massive. And I think the first one is in the telco space, and we're working with telcos at the moment on this. The telco space is, we're going to know you better than you know yourself. Because in your hand is your life, and you walk around with that life every day. Obviously, I'm assuming you've got a smartphone, and hopefully you walk around with your life in your hand every day. You would rather give up on your partner than on your cell phone. And so the telco sits on this amazing data around where you go, what you look at, and so obviously so does the whole meta space with Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. So the telcos, with a mixture of some of the social media platforms, literally know you better than you know yourself. And at the moment, there's a massive opportunity to, as you know, and it's all been in a lot of scandal over the last couple of years with Cambridge Analytics, etc. There's a massive opportunity to do good with that data. And there's also the downside. So I think in the future, the telco space, the social media space, is just going to get more intense and more deeper in terms of their understanding of us as individuals, and then also obviously giving that data to big corporates. What I'm really excited about is healthcare. You've seen a lot of it. You've probably seen the telemedicine and a lot of the kind of robot-looking advisors that you can get in some of the hospitals. I bumped into one the other day at Donny Gordon. That was just more around the doctor not wanting to be in the hospital. He was at home, but there he was on the screen, and he was chatting to all his patients. I think that's just the beginning of it. And I think healthcare is massive. I mean, I could probably throw in the legal fraternity as well, but we don't have time for that today. I mean, I think automation as well. So you can expect about 30% of your work hours to be automated. And so if we then take the conversation that we had this morning, before lunch, more than anything, what does that mean in terms of the skill sets that we need to be really focusing on for the groundswell of skill development that needs to take place? And then I think sustainability. I also didn't hear a lot about that today, but it's a huge topic for us across all of our big corporates. From a sustainability perspective, how can we use this type of disruptive wave to predict where the disasters are actually going to happen? And you're seeing a lot of that already now. So I think it's exciting. I think by 2030, a lot of what we know would have changed substantially. It's not going to be different to what we know right now, but it's definitely going to have changed substantially. And a lot of the planning that we are doing with our corporates is around that 2030 planning, around what do they need to do differently. Some final thoughts, said I wouldn't say final, is I think we've spoken a lot today about the underlying foundational elements of data literacy and digital literacy. But the thought I want to leave with you here is that what differentiates us from a machine or an AI approach is all of those other skills. So how do we make sure that we create that connection by delivering on EQ, by thinking about critical thinking, by looking at creativity, by looking at leadership, collaboration, time management, and curiosity. I also heard the minister talk about it, and adaptability. And so when you think about those programs to develop entrepreneurship, I encourage you to think about the holistic program. And how do you create that unbelievable thirst, curiosity, and link to purpose that'll make people want to do things differently in South Africa. Final thoughts on the topic. I think it's the theme I've tried to get through to you today, and building on this first session, was as business leaders and individuals in this room, as public service leaders, it's our responsibility to understand the ongoing cycles of innovation. I think we're too reactive. Get on the front foot. I think we can change our communities, our organizations, our country by being the role models for it. So that's really my mantra today, and that's what I do a lot of my work in. The second one is the right mindset. So of those skills that we just saw earlier, how much work are you doing outside of your 8 to 5 job on emotional intelligence, critical thinking, creativity, collaboration? How many side hustles have you got? Have you launched a new business lately? Are you working within a community? Are you doing volunteer work that's creating value for South Africa? And so my message is we have to be those role models. And then I think the final one is, I love this quote, AI isn't going to replace humans. Humans with AI will replace humans that don't use AI. And that's me. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. That's a bit scary, though. I mean, I love that line of yours of you walking around with your life in your hand. How many of us have actually had that experience? You're holding your hand, and the next thing, some kind of an AI message pops up related to your emotions. I'm like, flip, what's going on here? So, yeah, it is scary. Thank you for that. Can we get the panel led by Mr. Darrell to come on stage, please? Mr. Dennis Darrell, the CEO of Nelson Mandela Hub. Can we just come through on stage and start unpacking digital entrepreneurship and innovation in as far as the outcomes concerned? I think Miss Wendy did great in terms of giving us the key trends for digital entrepreneurship. We've got a sense of what's out there, lest we forget what is the session's outcome, right? For us is to really get an understanding of the entrepreneurship mindset in the digital era. Second to that is to get a sense of the digital entrepreneurship, right? And third to that is to understand the economic competitiveness through innovation, thus leading to an entrepreneurial behavior utilizing the digital space. So that is what we need to remember. And again, I want to emphasize that we are going to set those conversations with our panelists, pose the questions, post them giving us an outline of what they are thinking, bringing the expertise on board, is to kickstart with questions, comments, then way forward. I think it's important to remember that this is not just a talk shop. We need to walk out of here with an action plan that articulates what we are going to do in order to realize the mandate at hand. Right, so a little bit of an introduction to Mr. Dennis Darrell. He has held various senior positions within large multinational ICT organizations, and as I said, currently serves as the CEO of the Nelson Mandela Innovation. It is now 3:30. I was supposed to have been finishing this by 4 o'clock. That ain't gonna happen, so. Can we just make sure that by 4:15 we finish the conversations with yourselves and allowing 15 minutes to take place from 4:15 to 4:30? Is that possible, Mr. Dennis? And I also know that at some point 2 of the panelists need to leave us, so at 4. So perhaps then we can aim to do the conversation within half an hour, so that we can then have from 4 o'clock to 4:15 the set of questions. But I'm certain that in their absence, you'll do justice, because I know Ms. Wendy also has to leave. Okay, please help me welcome the conversations that are about to ensue for those that are on stage. Yeah. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I sound like is it on? Hello?
Keep speaking.
Hello?
Yes, I think they can hear you.
Sound, you know that Trevor Noah, when he says that joke, I think it's late president, or not the late president, previous president in Parliament, and he asked, is it on, if the mic is on. Anyway, guys, thank you to the organizer, the department, for inviting me. It's a privilege to be here. Just very quickly, I know we've limited for time. If I could hand over to my esteemed panelists, just to give you a brief or snapshot of who and what you are and who you represent, if you don't mind. If I could start with you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. The name is Joseph Ndaba. I represent Mafikeng Digital Innovation Hub. It is based at the Northwest Province. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's Voyani Jahana. I'm the chairperson of the Eastern Cape Development Corporation. So I'm coming here representing the corporation.
Okay. You're also the chairman of CSIR.
Yes.
Okay, I think that is important because of the role CSIR plays. It's being very modest. Ma'am?
I'm Sandy Sosibisi. I'm the founder of Kui Studios. We do technology design, so we focus on human centricity, so doing design thinking, service design for large corporations in telecommunication, financial services, and resources.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Thank you. Am I? Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rashika Ramlal, and I am the country manager and executive director at AWS South Africa. And we are the world's leading cloud services provider, which was established right here in South Africa, Cape Town.
Colleagues, thank you. And I'll try and condense as much as I can within the time frame we have. Just very quickly, and I came across this report that was released this year by the Global Entrepreneurship and Development Institute, where they rank South Africa 52nd out of 132 countries worldwide, and first in sub-Saharan Africa in terms of entrepreneurship and its development. And this despite South Africa's alarmingly low level of entrepreneurial activity, in spite of high unemployment, according to a report released earlier this year by another institution, the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. So I think the topic we need to discuss, as the program says, is around entrepreneurship and how digitization plays a critical role with that in that equation. And just from my perspective, I run 3 incubators. I run a full-on ICT incubator in Nelson Mandela Bay. I run 2 township incubators, one in George, in Thembalethu, and one in Duncan Village. The dynamics are very different. We talk township economy, we talk Port Elizabeth, very different. And it all has, it comes with its challenges. So I'm going to start with a few questions in no particular order. So perhaps I'll ask you, ma'am, from AWS. So in your opinion, what are the key trends in digital entrepreneurship? And how, in your opinion, or in AWS's opinion, are they impacting the South African business landscape? Or any of you can answer if you feel free. I know you are very passionate because you also run an incubator. But perhaps you want to attempt that one?
100%. The mic. Okay,
Yeah,
there we
it's
go. I think Wendy covered it quite significantly. I think all companies are now looking at generative AI, data analytics, big data, cloud computing, and so on. So those are the trends that are leading up in organizations worldwide, and most particularly in South Africa right now. I mean, we are an emerging country, and we're seeing a lot of the companies and organizations and enterprises now adopting those particular technologies. And it is up to us, the people here in the room, the experts here in the room, to help our youth adopt those skills so that they can become the next entrepreneurs leading those kind of technologies going forward for major organizations in South Africa.
100%, thank you.
Thank you. Just to add on that, I am actually looking at the first thing is, your mobile first approach. Because one of the things that we are looking at now is, like Wendy said, everything it is in your hands. So those are some of the trends that you're actually looking to say. Most of the entrepreneurs now are actually moving from the traditional way of doing things now to go to say, I have a phone in my hand, can I now start using this phone so as I can start making money? And we're also looking at your data-driven decision making. There's one other thing that we are looking to say, how then do we assist, your emerging entrepreneurs to start using data so as they can now start making right decisions? Because, previously entrepreneurs will just, run businesses, just someone has done it like this, so I can copy that. But now we need to start saying to entrepreneurs, the new trend that is coming is understand data and then understand how to manipulate it so as you can get the right ways of, implementing the decisions that you need to do.
No, thanks. Uyani, I mean, you've got a wealth of experience. You were the head of business for Vodacom. You were the CEO of SAA. You now run Elita Communication, CSR, and ECDC. What are your thoughts? I mean, just take into account where you've been.
Yeah, look, I think, Daryl, I look at this thing in 3 domains. One is from a global competitiveness, because a country has to be competitive to be able to succeed, because the world economy has become a single market because of digitization. So there's no longer protection about boundaries and so on. You can produce a product here and sell it to Budapest tomorrow. So it's a single market. Let's be honest about it. And that the digitization is challenging the policies around trade itself. So we need to first understand that therefore you have to be competitive because you are exposed. That your market is shifting like anything. So that's one. The second issue that I want to address very briefly is around how this entrepreneurship thing shouldn't be a magic wonder of great ideas, single instance of brilliance.
Yeah.
How do we create a horizontal platform that enables different people to innovate on a horizontal platform of entrepreneurship? So a single entrepreneur builds something that's scalable, and then we can plug in a number of startups and different levels of innovation. So just to land at this, keep in mind that if you look at digitization, you split it into 2 domains. 4IR, that's what I call frontier technologies. That's where the Olympics of innovation, of efficiency are being played. That's where you talk about AI, machine learning, all these things that are nice that has been spoken about here today. That's frontier technologies. But also there's foundational technologies, which is broadband access, digital skills. I'm not talking about data science skills. They sit on the frontier technologies. So you have to be aware then that if the greater number of your population is struggling with foundational technologies, you are going to lose the Olympic game because the Olympics are being played in the front-end technologies domain. So this is the gap. So we need to understand we can't be globally competitive as South Africa if we don't fix the foundational stuff and be able to sponsor. It's a very small group that's in the front-end technology. It's an elite, very, very small, very, very small to be meaningful. We spoke about exporting jobs today. That talks to how tiny that group is. But that's the Olympics. That's the qualifiers are the foundational side. So you have to strive to get there. The last part is to say from an eCitizen point of view, all the DFIs, you have to find a model where you could feel comfortable to lend to businesses that are in the new innovation digital domain. So the lending practices tend to be more skewed towards what we know, what we're comfortable about, which is old economy models, business models. So do we have models to lend to somebody who's hotspotting on a horizontal platform where he said, I'm good doing food delivery? This is very obvious, it's common cause. But I'm not sure if the DFIs have stepped into that, equipped to deal with this thing, are evolving. So I'm kind of seeing this thing as more global competitiveness. How do we create horizontal platform and plug in many, many entrepreneurs? You don't have to be the brilliant innovator to actually be entrepreneurial if you leverage somebody else's assets, so to speak. So this is how I see it, and I'm trying to characterize it on towards the so what. So this is how I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, I'm so glad I spoke after Vianney because I think I was going to squash Rashika and the gentleman's comments. So I think, well, Vianney is raising a valid point. I think the reality is, yes, all of us in this room are probably well equipped to jump onto this 4IR bandwagon. But the reality is for 90% of South Africans, that's not the case. So we speak of things like machine learning, generative AI, and the reality is our foundations are very, very shaky. And, you know, as a Bible parable, if your foundations are shaky, you're just not going to be able to build something sustainable. And I think about it from a practical level. So, you know, most of us here, well, not most of us, some of us here are not coders. I mean, I did study coding and I can code, but it's not something I particularly enjoy. And so what we're doing is really educating the corporates. My mic keeps on dropping. Stop doing that. Is to support support corporates that we support, to explain to them that you can actually get your people to move on the digital transformation. That means there are many low-code, no-code platforms that are available that people like you and I who don't particularly enjoy coding can actually start leveraging that. And I think because we're all on the digital transformation, and I mean the task is really, really massive. If you think about just like a JMPD officer, when they give you a ticket, they still write the ticket on in white paper. I didn't get a fine recently, just the example I had in my head just now. But he still writes the fine in a piece of paper, and that needs to be digitized. So it's impossible for the IT department of any organization to digitize everything on their own. And my recommendation is that they need to be more entrepreneurial, and that means that using these platforms, and AWS does have a couple of those as well, that they can actually start developing these platforms themselves. And so it really helps with this burden that we end up having to digitize everything, but it's saying people that don't necessarily have coding skill, let them be the developers of them. That really helps us solve the first foundational problem, which is digitization, and therefore we can then jump onto the fancy cool stuff, AI, etc., etc.
And I appreciate the comments. Just from my experience with the iHub, what is critical is partnerships. It's collaboration. So I spent 16 years with Dimension Data, so I was fortunate that I built up relationships in the industry. So I work with, well, I can't say AWS because I don't do their work right now, but Microsoft, Oracle, Software AG, and the likes, at no cost to me, because it's about giving the youth access to technology. The other partnerships that are critical is that with Maxita. So I have 50 unemployed youth that are being trained over 12 years, paid a stipend every month on data science and systems development. But just as a matter of interest, I was fortunate to be invited by Dr. Andile Ngaba to him celebrating 20 years of his investment company in Johannesburg yesterday. And what shook me, it's a guy from the Eastern Cape called Sia. Sia focuses on space technology. It was frightening as to where they already thinking, and we're still grappling with how we're going to get our people equipped just on the basics. These guys are talking about space technology. So I think this also gave me an insight to say, you know, this world is a lot broader. There's so much more we have to do. But I want to emphasize that we have to Vuyani's point, if we want to be globally competitive, we have to implement best practice. And it doesn't necessarily mean that best practice is from the States or from the East. We have skills in this country. So another thing that the colleagues that I've done in my incubators is leverage off the universities. So I work with Nelson Mandela University, Fort Hare, Walter Sisulu University, and Rhodes. Computer science faculty, engineering faculty, because that's where you learn about robotics, AI, machine learning, and so forth. Anyway, I can carry on. So just one more or two more questions, which I think perhaps I should just ask you this. From an AWS perspective, how do you see AWS as a technology assisting in the digitization ecosystem or life cycle?
Great question.
It's not, her mic is not on, sir.
Is it on?
Yes.
There we go. Okay, so that's a great question. So from a digital perspective, I'm responsible for public sector in South Africa. And so my aim and ambition is to digitize all of government from cradle to grave. So anywhere you walk into a hospital, you're delivering a baby, you need to get your license, you need to get married, your marriage certificate, looking at that entire ecosystem and digitalizing that entire ecosystem. So that's what we want to do for government, healthcare, education. Now, from a cloud perspective, of course, and for our technology perspective. But what we are bringing to the table right now, and I think this is critically important and is very close to my heart, I think what we need to realize fundamentally is South Africa right now is in a very critical space. We are inundated by corruption, by poverty, by crime, by people that don't have the relevant skills. And it's a cycle that just continues and continues. Nobody wants to do crime. Nobody grows up and says, I'm going to be a criminal, I'm going to rob this person today, and it's easy money and things like that. They do that because of poverty. And the poverty is driven by the skills. They don't have the right skills to find the right jobs or to become entrepreneurs, right? So that can be broken. And we have a great opportunity right now today with all the people in the room. We just need an action plan. We have an opportunity where I believe South Africa and Africa is perfectly positioned in the world. We are in the middle of the world. DM, I told you this story before. We are in the middle of the world. We are in the perfect time zone. So if you look at the world, generally they bring in skills from the East because it's cheap, right? But here we are in the perfect time zone. So it's perfect. So you can support the East and you can support the West and the North. It's perfect time zone. We have one of the youngest nations in the world, in Africa. We are a young nation, right? We speak good English. Our English is great. So we have an opportunity, and we're fairly cheap in terms of labor, in terms of cost. So we have a perfect opportunity, the perfect storm, that if we skill our people up, they will be absorbed by international companies, will start not looking to the East anymore, but looking to South Africa and adopting skills from here for their uses. And that's how we grow our economy. Now, from an AWS perspective, I'm saying to you, you spoke about the other providers, I'm saying to you, we have skills programs that are completely free of charge. You go on to search on Google, AWS Skills Builder. It's free of charge. Go on, anybody can skill themselves up. And I implored government entities, all municipality websites, all of them to go and load that little URL so that anybody from a government official to a citizen on the street can go onto that URL and skill themselves up on 4IR technology, on cloud computing, on developer skills, and so on. And from there, you also will have tools on AWS where you can become an entrepreneur, free tools, where you can start coding and developing your own little app that becomes the major app that you can sell to a university, or you can sell to a municipality or a hospital. And those resources are free. So these tools are there. I need somebody to take it and action it and implement it in South Africa for our South African people.
No, thanks. I think what is critical, and I think it's a common sentiment, there's an educational exercise that needs to happen. When I mean educational, what AWS offers or any of the other technology, people sitting here, I think possibly a handful are aware of what you've just said. So it's how you go to market, I would think. The other thing that, in my opinion, that is important, we have a Department of Communication and Digital Services, we've got the Department of Small Business, we've got CSIR, Science and Technology. They should all, at some point, talk to each other. Yeah, sorry, Vuyo.
Let me just make the point on this. If you read the World Economic Forum Future Jobs Report 2023, it just tells you exactly what the bloodbath is going to be in terms of jobs of the future. You Google it, download it's free. It tells you all the jobs that the people who are not on the frontier technology side of things are going to suffer. It paints them in clear black and white. And this is not, it's starting to happen now. We see it. Now, this is a national emergency. So we don't have decades of education to deal with this. Otherwise, the countries that have adopted technology are going to use us as a shield around the externalities of digitization. We'll pick the downside of it as developing world. It's an important emergency to deal with. But you can't be philosophical about it. There's education, there's acceleration, there's training. But we have to be practical about it in the sense that there must be pragmatic steps that we take to bootstrap the situation, bring the have-nots into the system through horizontal platform. I make a very clear example, and we need to be very practical. If you look at the contradictions we face as a country, you have the challenge in education in terms of scale and affordability. You've got unemployed educators on the other side. In every aspect, healthcare and everything. And what is missing is a technology mindset, but also commercial models that make sure these things happen without burdening the fiscus. Now, this is where the innovation must kick in. Bespoke, boutique motivation, innovation, Jahana here, Jahana there, is great, but that's for specific entrepreneurship. We have to take a bold step to build horizontal platforms. So very, very simple, Darren, as I land on this. Let's take education as a practical example. You have students that are second chance. We've got schools that don't have the science teachers on the other side. You've got unemployed graduates that sit at the center. We are in the 21st century. It's not 19th century. You can, therefore, using innovative platform on the digital middle layer, so with digital content and everything, create small enterprises for tutors. You know, the teacher who's unemployed today can start a business tomorrow, but he doesn't have to be smart to have the smart technology to do this. This is what I talk about, industrial scale platforms that create micro enterprises on both sides of the equation, because most of the parents are prepared to pay. Even government will pay for the indigent children to get a catch up and have a chance in future. So, but if we don't do it in the manner that I suggest, it's going to be one large corporate that does it, and then it takes the chances of all the people who could be providers on the other side on the micro scale. There are many examples of this. So hence I say, we don't have time to think we're going to have another decade of educating. Once we are educating, we have to bootstrap the system and make bold decisions. And I think this is the debate that needs to be had at a practical level.
You know, just to add on that, I think, you know, as this country, we actually have solutions to a whole lot of problems. Like for an example, take the innovation hubs that we are running. we actually have the platform to solve a whole lot of, whole lot of these problems. But what we are looking at is the investment that goes into the innovation. It is not there.
100%.
It is not there. AWS can avail, because we work with AWS.
Right.
You know, it can avail all these platforms, but to get that young person that is in a very rural area to come in and actually use the services and, you know, the technology that is within the hub, it's another challenge, because that young person cannot be able to come.
That's
Because the innovation hub, the way they have been centered, they are centered in, you know, your towns, but we are not actually targeting your rural areas. So we actually have answers. It's just a matter of, someone said in the morning to say, the political will. And I'm glad that the minister was saying, he is here. That simply means the political will is here. We actually need to start investing more into technology. We need to start investing more into the innovation hubs, so as we can actually be able to fix the problem that we're actually sitting with. Because we have solutions to the problem that we are sitting with.
100%. Before you carry on. So I think what you're essentially saying, and I'm glad DM is here, is essentially, how do policymakers create supportive environments to foster entrepreneurship among marginalized communities, including accessible infrastructure and educational initiatives?
You know,
So I want to just respond
Sorry,
to
one
that.
second. You
Yeah,
go.
I want to respond to that. So I just want to give practical examples being an entrepreneur, and I don't want this to be a talk shop. So I'm currently an entrepreneur. I hire digital talent. I'm currently struggling because you'd imagine that because there's so many unemployed people that there'd be quality candidates, but the reality is we don't have them.
Sure.
All the VITs, UCT, UJ, they all go to Standard Banks, Nedbanks, etc. Then I'm left with the people that I want to say nobody really wants to hire, right? And my challenge is that when I find a graduate, good qualification, Limpopo University, the person does not have English conduct.
Yes.
You know, I can't give the person an instruction and they take it out. And English is quite important because you're explaining to somebody to build a machine learning model. You kind of need the English command to do that. And so I guess my and this is just an instruction or not an instruction, sorry, an advice. So one of the things that I've seen successful is that we're working with BCX. BCX gets graduates from various communities. They put them on a 6-month program, then we take them on, and we get those graduates for free for at least 4 months. That allows me to at least be able to use my resources to invest in that person, get them to do basic things, and I mean basic things like Control V, Control C, VLOOKUP, that stuff that we think people and graduates have, but they don't have. And at least I'm not suffering with paying somebody a salary for the first 4 months, because then I become a double investor.
Yes.
I'm paying their salary and I'm also educating them. But at least if somebody takes the burden away of paying them, then at least I can focus on the upskilling. And then the second thing I want to just ask, if we can just consider, we have this program called employee tax incentive. So basically, if you pay somebody less than 6,500 rands, you're able to pay SARS less PAYE. People can't live on 6,500 rands.
Absolutely.
Can we please relook at that? Because it's just not sustainable. At minimum, a graduate person to live in Johannesburg or live in Cape Town, they need about 10,000 rand to pay for the rent, food, and getting to work, right? So if that's not conducive anymore. So if you can please just look into that. And that's my only ask. So let's build programs where you allow entrepreneurs to employ people, give them breather space of like 6 months, 4 months free to us. We will do the investment. By the time the person is off the free to us setup arrangements, at least then they're like a productive resource in the organization and I'm not losing the battle.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sorry, you wanted to say something? No. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I just want.
Mike?
I told him to stop it and he stopped, so maybe you should do the same.
They must just open all of.
I'm talking.
Yeah.
Now we got it. Okay, I just wanted to add something, right? So we spoke about an action plan. And I think from an AWS perspective, what we are doing, I mentioned all the free skills we got, we need an action plan. But what we are doing ourselves is we are engaging with CETA and the National School of Government, and we're setting up a partnership there so that we can deploy our courses onto the system so all of government officials can actually have access to the skills builder and start educating themselves, because everybody needs to at least have foundational skills in cloud and 4IR technologies, right? That's the one thing. The second thing that we are really doing is we launched the AWS Skills Center in Cape Town. And the Skills Center is the first of its kind outside of the US. And anybody can walk in there, and it's absolutely free of charge. They get skilled by tutors and so on. And if you're not in Cape Town, then you can do it virtually as well. And then I spoke about the Skills Builder as well. Now, from an entrepreneurship perspective, we have a program that we're running for the next, I think we're in the 3rd year now. So for the 7 years, it's an EEIP program. So it's a Small Medium Business Development Program, where we are investing 365 million rand over a 7-year period to small, medium businesses to come on board and partner with us, and we take them on their journey of developing them. And I was so proud the other day on ETV, I saw one of our small businesses that we have been incubating. They launched a bot, I forgot what the name of the bot is, but it read the stats information with the stats DG. And they developed this bot, and they're doing phenomenally well, you know, and that's something that we've incubated. There were other small, medium businesses that we've incubated that launched, for instance, ShotSpotter in Nelson Mandela Bay and Cape Flats.
Yeah.
And so if people just take up these opportunities that are available and start your skilling up for the next generation technologies, you can build these small apps that become phenomenally well. I mean, also, there was a small business, a healthcare business. You know, 2 years ago when they found the COVID variant, Omicron, they wanted to shut down South Africa again, saying that Omicron was developed, you know, the variant was established here. But only later on they found out that South Africa communicated to WHO that this variant exists. And it was found out by a small business that was located right here in South Africa.
Yeah.
Built on AWS technology, of course.
Correct.
That's my selling point.
she just had to throw that in.
Of course.
Sorry. Yeah.
yeah.
Vuyani, I know we've pressed for time, but
Let me make the point. I think we've heard about the AWS, and I think there's an ask on them from our side. From the Eastern Cape point of view, ECDC, and the Buffalo City municipality, it's clear that Buffalo City, because of its centrality, will be the hub for digital hub for Eastern Cape. It's very clear, accelerated investment in infrastructure. What we want, and we're busy with a strategy for digital Eastern Cape from an ECDC point of view, but what we want from companies like Amazon, eBay,
Yes.
Microsoft, many of them, we are looking for digital workloads, global digital workloads. You run a Amazon Logistics. We want to be able to process that workloads here from Mtanzane to actually create instant jobs. So if we have those kind of committed workloads coming here, we are able, therefore, to accelerate the training and skilling, even if it's an intermediate stage of skills. So whilst you're busy doing direct intervention and skilling on ICT, we want to engage with you to say your global workloads that might be going to Budapest or Pune in India. What share of that can you offshore or onshore to us so that we can start to put up? If you have broadband close to nothing in Mtanzania in every home, you've got the highway. Therefore, the other thing is skills. But if we've got the offtake agreement, then we can actually be much more purposeful in actually investing on the underlying skill. In a more than just the broad challenge, but can we be very specific and say, let's do a test case, make Buffalo City the digital hub, get global workloads from Amazon or anybody else to actually pilot this thing. Because
100%.
broadband is going into Tanzania like every day. It's low cost.
100%.
I actually wanted to touch base on the incubation part. To say, I think there's a bit of a gap, DM. To say, we look at CEDA, for an example, and you look at DCDT or TIA and the likes. We are actually saying CEDA focus on technology, and it's not actually their core function. So when they have to incubate innovation, it becomes a problem because if you need funding for, let's say, an innovation, you need to still go through the PFMA standards. And that innovation, it is outside that. You see, it doesn't talk to PFMA. So this young person gets stuck because of the policies that you're actually sitting with. So we need to start really looking to say, if we are going to incubate, and we're incubating in a tech space, which department is actually going to be fully responsible for the incubation
And the commercialization.
and the commercialization, because
Yeah,
taking
absolutely.
an incubation from technology readiness level 1 to
Yeah.
level 10, it is not a child's play.
Yeah.
And then we need a whole lot of investment that actually go directly to this incubation programs, so as we can actually get good technologies, good innovation that will service the problem that we have in this country.
Yeah. 1 minute.
Hello. Okay. And a supportive process other than the PFMA to allow small businesses or incubation hubs to roll that out.
100%. I think the other thing we need to do on my closing point is the BRICS relationship that we have. Why are we not leveraging of India and China, who are at the forefront when it comes to technology? No disrespect to the American companies, but I'm saying we don't do enough for that. Program Director, do you want us to kill it now? Okay.
I was just going to say
Sorry,
two
when she
things.
started.
One, our innovation hubs, our model we're using as DSI is just not working. We just did a project with Richards Bay where the innovation hub was almost a white elephant. We need to spend more time in understanding what is the sector in the specific region.
Absolutely.
We need to have innovation hubs that say this is an agri-innovation hub
Yeah.
in Eastern Cape because that's the biggest sector. And then we need to bring in the right people. All the retired entrepreneurs need to go back and actually educate those young people because you've got the wrong people in our innovation hubs. And so long as we have that, it's not going to work.
And I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
Why does incubation work in the Western Cape? I'll leave it there.
It probably works in Mafikeng as well. You guys are still alive.
It works. On our side, it works because we actually make it work. You know, the problem here is we are coming with new technologies that
Yeah.
a whole lot of people don't understand.
Yes.
Especially when you take rural provinces like your Northwest, you know, because they are not so much tech inclined like from your side. So it takes us to actually go back to say, let's start by educating these people, including government, to actually understand what we are
Understand. Yeah,
doing,
100%.
so as they can now start coming on board to support.
To support.
So, you know, it's a headache to actually run the innovation hub in South Africa because you are taking just like anybody else, and we are actually expected to change the face of this country.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I would have preferred not to end it, but moderator, Mr. Darrell, you did warn me that two of your panelists are leaving.
Yes.
So I'm just really honoring your directive here.
Thank
All
you.
right? Yes. May we humbly ask that then they leave the stage so that, because we're going to kick
They've
off.
changed their
Thank you very
minds.
much. Travel safe.
I'm one of the two, but I can't leave now.
We will handle or the
Now,
the
you go. I know
remaining
your call is important.
moderator and the remaining panelists will handle the questions at large. Thank you so much for that. It's 7 minutes past 4. Another round of applause for the team that were here. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Phew. What I do want to ask Ms. Darrell is, it is now 8 minutes rather, and I would like to ask that from the 8 minutes to 15 minutes past 4, we allow the opportunity to have firstly the questions and then the comments if there are any, and then of course those that are going to be very forward-thinking and say to us that this is the way forward and this is what needs to be recapped. So allowing that privilege, let's start off the questions. The questions. Okay. I've noted you, sir. I'm noting you, ma'am. Are there any other questions? I'm noting you, sir. I'm seeing 3, 4. 4 questions. Going, gone. Okay. Apologies. There. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so we've got ma'am, we've got sir, we've got there, we've got there. Fine. We are now going to start with the questions. Go ahead. Please, won't you start for... okay. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Raymond Ledwaba. I'm from IT Think. Mr. Vuyani, you spoke about global competitiveness from an entrepreneurial perspective. I've got a question particularly for the incubators. So there was a study done by the New York Times trying to understand the profile of an ideal entrepreneur, and they looked at how many people can you employ and revenue. and they, employment, we're looking at like 1,000 people plus. And what they discovered is the average age of an entrepreneur is 43. Someone who's worked in a corporate, they've got social capital, they've got experience, lived experience. Now, in our country, it seems to me, and I understand why, but I don't think it's working, this idea that we incubate 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds out of school and think from an entrepreneurial perspective, we're going to have companies that are going to change this country from an employment perspective. I'm curious to hear your views around how we are going about incubation and the idea of maybe trying to appeal to people who have been in corporates, create environments for them to leave their jobs to then come build companies that can then work with the young people. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. And then there was the second question. Thank you, sir.
This lady was first.
Okay, apologies. Go ahead, sir. Please ask the question.
I'm Philip Jani from Telcom Group. I must say first that you show and tell. It was good that BCX was mentioned. It's one of our sister companies. Thanks for that. But for me, the program director is that I must comment to the department put together these good panels from the morning and this one. And overall, the theme that I've noticed around these inputs is that there's an intersection of politics, economics, and technology. By politics, to a circle can will, and then also there is a program by government on the NDP around, let's say, the speech, society, and economy. It's politics. And economics, if you want to massify these things, if you want to give everyone a smartphone and a cell phone, it comes to cost. That's the basic act that we need to do. Of course, you're not socialist, it's a capitalist country. So there has to be some information made by the policymakers to ensure that we massify these services. Finally, technology. This is a moving target. Now you're going to have people who have access to 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. It's a moving target. So we need to have that intersection between those two spheres, that is economics, politics, and technology. But my question is, people like Amazon, they've got a flying wheel, the digital sector, where you allow the sellers, it becomes a moving changing game when you produce SMEs in the line. We talk about innovation. We can have the same method that Amazon uses as a country as a whole to ensure that people become innovators. Let's improve our innovation system innovation earlier on, so that the system can work by itself. Even if, let's say, you have people who are policymakers or politicians, you can't be maybe surprised if you lose election. You know that from that experience that we have, next time you can go to business, or you can be a lecturer, or you can start a small company. So for me, what is it that is stopping our own innovation system in South Africa? I think one of the speakers did touch on it. Thank you.
Okay, so the next question is, what is stopping our innovation systems in South Africa? Thank you very much. Please go ahead, ma'am. Thank you so much. Mr. Vianney, I'm assuming you got that? Fantastic. Then we come through this side.
All right.
And
Thank you.
We'll be with you, sir. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Program Director, it's Thomas Milan. Mine, I'm afraid, it just cut across one kind of question. It speaks to a conscious strategic planning with regards to participation in the digital economy. Why we don't see any attempts or plan to be inclusive as we talk to the participation in the digital economy, or are waiting for to consider people with disability in participating as a second thought, like they may say that always normally happened. I think from the beginning we need to be planning, thinking from the government side, from the training side, anyone educating institution, let's go diverse, let's embrace diversity from the planning side. Let's not cross the river and say, we have left others. So I'm saying that national participation is very exclusive. We need to carefully think around that, although it's cost, but let's have an initial budget line and look into it. How can we approach it in a more diverse, embracing diversity, mainstreaming it from this level of planning? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then, sir at the back.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for this amazing panel again. Just to declare, I work in part of a civil society organization working in education, specifically in the role of ICT. And we work nationally across all 9 provinces, helping teachers use technology and school leaders and thousands and thousands of learners getting involved in coding, robotics. So just as a background, that's where I'm coming from. But in order to help us achieve that goal, we make use of a lot of young people in that NEET community. And that's where I just want to reference the issue of entrepreneurship. Because as they move through a skills-based program, helping teachers and schools use technology, they are following their own skills program. And other than just looking for jobs, clearly some young people emerge as possible entrepreneurs. So the one thing is, how does one link the ecosystem to enable them to move on? So that seems to be a big thing. My other issue is, where do we foster and enable some spirit or direction of entrepreneurship in the schooling system, in the education system? Because there are subjects in a busy day, and fitting it in, do you run a parallel school curriculum that addresses some of the issues we heard this morning? I would have said to Wendy in a discussion this morning, where does AI fit in? And we grapple with this. There is someone speaking tomorrow, I see, in the Western Cape around the Collective X organization set up with probably 40 to 50 CEOs of IT companies looking for these 40,000 prospective vacancies to be filled. So yes, there are movements, there are collectives. And I'm just referencing the NGO sector or civil society where there's quite an determined programs to collaborate, to share, to join some of the dots. And I suppose maybe it flies in the face of commerciality and some of that and competitive nature, where maybe AWS isn't working with First Tech, isn't working with Microsoft, but if the higher order is we're struggling in South Africa for work, is there something we can do more collaboratively to actually foster that? And I'm just wondering what the role of the schools in that is from the panel, just what your perspective is. What can we really do? Is it another parallel situation? Because the teachers themselves, with a new digital curriculum, are going to have many, many, many years before we get there. So there seems to be an imperative to do something in the moment and also a long term. But I'm wondering what's happening in the moment in schools. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for that. We have got 4 questions. And the first one is the issue around how we're going about developing incubations, particularly given the inclination that we think that a 19-year-old can become the superstar and build an organization that's multi-billionaire of sorts. So go ahead, sir. Do you want to answer the question?
Can I speak now? Thank you. Okay, Raymond, personally speaking, I actually don't think that because someone has been in a workplace and when they resign and they want to start a business, it will be successful. You can have someone that comes from school and be incubated and actually run a successful business. Because it is, I don't think it's the matter that you are young, you cannot run a business. It's a matter to say, how determined are you to actually make this business work? Because when we look at incubation, through the experience, we have these young people and then they are making it within the market. There are a couple of businesses that actually now, starting to hire people, and then they started just as your basic startups. But because of their determination to make it, because they actually said there is a problem that we need to solve, and then they are actually going all out to make sure that they're solving the problem. So you can either take, a young person that is coming from grade 12 who doesn't have money to go to school, and then go to an incubation center, and then they can, and then they can make it. And then the other problem that we are sitting is we don't have jobs in South Africa, as people say. You see. So are we now going to wait for, probably because in South Africa it seems like we all wait for government to create jobs? Are we all going to wait for government to create jobs so as people can go work and then come back and then now be part of the incubation? We cannot afford to do that, unfortunately. Then what we are sitting with, it is what we need to start working with. Because we are sitting with these young people who want to be entrepreneurs, because they cannot be able to go and find jobs because there are no jobs. So if you are sitting with them, it is our job to make sure that we incubate them and then we make them to be fully successful so as they can actually be able to create these jobs. So it is from a personal person to say, I need to do this. And from my side, it is, I am actually willing to put the resources so as to assist you to make it.
Can we then move on to the second question? What is stopping the innovation systems in this country? There was a comparative analysis made with Amazon, I think. Would you answer that for us, sir?
A little bit on this entrepreneurship thing. I know we're running out of time. I don't think it's a binary thing, whether young or old, experience or not. I think it's both. It's like horses for horses. So if you look at horse racing and betting, people take a bet on a horse and a jockey. The horse must be thoroughbred, the jockey must be smart. A thoroughbred horse is a business concept. A jockey is an entrepreneur. So all the folk who comes with experience is a good jockey because it's got the experience. However, the younger person, if the business case is strong, the incubator must build an ecosystem of support, bridge the experience and so on. I think we need both. It's not either or. So there will be failures and successes both sides. But it's a horse and a jockey. You take a bet on those two. In this case, the jockey is less experienced. The incubator must build an armor of support structures around him or her to make sure the person succeeds. In fact, the younger person with that level of support is likely to succeed than the older entrepreneurs left to their own devices. The key issue is what is the quality of support we give to these entrepreneurs under incubation.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Shall we then move on?
On the systems on the innovation side, South Africa has a well-structured system of innovation. There are structures, there are institutions. I think the question we need to ask is whether we are funding them sufficiently to be able to deliver on this. Yesterday, the CSIR launched a technology commercialization vehicle because there's a lot of IP sitting behind. The whole idea is to create a higher order platform through which private IP startups, innovators can come in and blend their IP with that of the CSR and build products, whether it's in production of vaccine or ground scanning radars to look at border control, many other things. So I don't think we lack of policies and systems, and I think there is a reasonable good degree of investment. What's key is whether we can scale that and make sure more and more bright ideas get anchored. Hence, we launched the vehicle to say create a much more bigger platform for translation of ideas into products that can impact society. So I don't think there's a policy gap, no institutional gap. I think we may have to dial up a little bit on underpinning with investment.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other panelists that want to input to that? Okay.
I think probably just to add on that, my colleague is very right. We actually have the best systems. It's just a matter of how then do we actually invest and what are we investing at? Because right now, you know, when you look, we have so many innovations, but are they actually relevant? What are we solving for? Because you can have, you know, a good system of innovation, but the innovation that comes, they are not actually solving anything that we actually need. So those are some of the things that we actually need to, you know, to look at. And again, I'm glad that, you know, the previous panel were looking at, you know, digital transformation within the public sector. That is one key thing that we also need for public sector to actually start understanding these new technologies, to actually understand the system of innovation. Because from the private sector, we understand it, but the people that we need to be talking to, they actually at times don't understand what we are saying. So in that case, we end up now blaming the system of innovation, but only to find that, you know, policies and everything is actually in place.
Thank you. Right, the third and last question, why are we not considering the inclusivity of those living with disabilities?
Can I take?
Or are we not?
I think there's more to be done there. I think if I can first take the foundational question that came out. There was a question on there, how to accelerate foundational technologies. I gave the position that there are frontier technologies where Olympics are being played. That's where the winners and losers are going to be determined. But on the foundational side, it's quite pretty basic, and we can't skimp on it. To do digital, you must have access to technology. You must have access to quality, affordable broadband. Those are basic table stakes for it. If you are training Olympic swimmers, you can't train them on an imaginary swimming pool that's on slides. You have to put them in water, right? Now, which means the broadband program that government is driving in terms of access to communities becomes so key because all of a sudden people can start to play with technology. So, and I think we must be much more deliberate and aggressive about it because it's a basic table stake. You can't say people must imagine digital. They have to feel it, they must touch it, they must engage with it. So that's one. The second element of it was raised in the previous engagement. Government must be more intentional in their program. We've got 12 million or 13 million kids at school today. We knew far back as 2010, 2011, that there will be one tablet per child. But we don't do strategic sourcing that will bring industry into the manufacturing. The factories have died, but we have to be deliberate. We must create that because we have a demand. So intentionality in terms of devices, using government demand because we are going to do it. If we can't wake up as if we didn't know we have got 12 million kids that are going to need one tablet per child and therefore are engulfed by imports. So doing that, driving fixed broadband, high capacity affordability is key. Making sure it's affordable, that's a table stake. Then the training we're talking about lands very well because you don't train them today and they forget tomorrow. So I thought, let me just cover that. I think on inclusivity, a lot more work to be done, not only in participation, program director, but also in how do we make sure that a government has adopted a very pragmatic step now, making deaf, making sign language a language of South Africa. But actually, how do you communicate on the phone? So how do you create a mediation device between the deaf world and the hearing world? So there's a lot more that needs to be done to drive inclusion, not in just a symbolic way, at employment level, but also in how we integrate in society. I must make the point that the director from the Department of Basic Education, broadly speaking, we talk about inclusive education. But when you look at it, for a longest period of time, the inclusion is at the effort of the disabled children because there's no intervention, there's no interpreter at VETS, sign language interpreter, to do the bridging. So you have to fight for the deaf children to actually be able to be integrated. So the US has done this very well. They do this very, very well. I don't think we have to, we can just copy and paste. So the whole inclusion thing on tech, on education, is super important. So I don't think we're doing enough, and I think it's a challenge we must tackle collectively.
Okay, we take the last one. Where do we foster the spirit of entrepreneurship in schooling, and how do we do that? I know that we don't necessarily have in the panel someone representing the Department of Education. But what would be your thoughts?
Am I on? Thank you. To the gentleman, you are doing a great job. Thank you very much. We need to talk, and then, because I don't know where in Northwest are you. We need to engage on that. One of the things that we have, because we have a program with schools, your future makers, where we are trying to introduce these young kids, into programs like your hackathons, your makeathons, so as they can understand these new technologies. The challenge that we actually get when we get to these schools, it is not the kids, but it is your teachers and your principals and your SGBs. Because as they will tell you that, no, we have our own schedule. So we cannot be able to accommodate extra activities like, your hackathons and the likes that can actually be able to come to our space. So we need to start maybe from the Department of Education for them to start understanding that it is not just based on a certain standard curriculum. There are new technologies that are coming, and the principals in schools, they need to understand these things to say, our kids need to be exposed to these new technologies. Schools have computer labs, but they're not being used. So we need now to start looking at the SMMEs in the digital space, because the teachers are overwhelmed. The teachers have a whole lot of things to do. So we need to start looking at the SMMEs that are in the digital space to say, can you now start using that computer lab in that primary school to be able to run programs? You see, because computer labs are there already. DCDT was rolling one program on tablets, giving tablets to schools. Tablets are there at schools, but nobody is actually using them. So because the teachers cannot teach and also deal with technology, so we need to allow SMMEs to actually come into schools and run these computer labs.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's how we wrap up that session. Thank you so much to our panelists. Please, can we give them a round of applause? Sure. Okay, we now need to move to our deep dive discussions. There's 4 of them. The first one is digital entrepreneurship and funding. The second one is research and development. The third one is women in the digital economy. And the fourth one is digital curriculum in schools. In terms of where these discussions will be taking place, digital entrepreneurship will be in Regency 3. I know that our ushers are ready and waiting to show those who want to go to digital entrepreneurship masterclass, not deep dive discussion, and go and engage with the conversation there. That is Regency 3. Then research and development taking place at Regency 4. Women in ICT stays here. Digital curriculum stays here. We'll just find a way for the 2 distinct. So women in ICT will be on that side, and the digital curriculum will be on this side. It is going to be 20 minutes. Unfortunately, 20 minutes. We need to be back here by 5 o'clock. So within that 20 minutes, allow yourself to engage and deliberate on the questions that may likely arise from there. And then we need to be back here by 5 o'clock so that we can then wrap up, having the privilege to hear the DDG give us resounding remarks on how the day went and what have we learned thus far. May we please proceed. And on your way, you will find teas and coffees. Grab that, bottle of water, if need be. And we will see you at 5 o'clock. Thank you so much. Digital entrepreneurship is in Regency 3. Regency 4 is research and development. Women in ICT is right in here. Digital curriculum is right in here. Can we please move because we need to be back here by 5 o'clock? Can you switch this on, please? Okay. Yeah. Mike? Oh, wow. And you can't handle it in his absence? At 5. At around 5:30. Tell us yes. Research, research is Regency 4. Regency, it's called Regency 4. Yeah. Hi. It's here. Digital curriculum on this side. Women in ICT on that side. Okay, they've just stepped out, they're back now. Yes, sir. I think you need to talk to the person who asked you to come in. Who's your contact person? Here. And I'm saying here from the department. Who hired you? CG something something. Ethel. Ethel is the name. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to wrap up. It's 8 minutes past 5, so there's been a grace period of an extra 8 minutes, so we need to come back into the room and kickstart. So I will say that at 12 minutes past 5, we need to start again. Ushers, if you can assist me and go to the rooms, Regency 3 and Regency 4, and ask that the participants in those rooms come back into the conference room. At 12 past 5, we will be recapping the way forward, being given the privilege to do so by the DDG. So, ushers, can you please assist us? Please, can you call the participants from Regency 3 and Regency 4? At 12 past 5, we need to start. Please.
Do we have everyone back from the 2 breakaway rooms? Can we start? Snows? Welcome back, everyone. I believe those that were in Regency 3, are they all back? Regency 3? Who was in Regency 3? Okay, are you all back? Okay, Regency 4, are you all back? Who was at Regency 4? Okay, are your colleagues back? Okay, fantastic, and of course the other 2 were here. Welcome back. We need to wrap it up. Please, can you close the doors and call everyone else that's still outside. We're wrapping up. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. This is the last part of the session for today. In as far as this particular gathering is concerned, and in the room that we are in, we are going to have the recap and way forward of day 1, delivered by the DDG Mlindi Mashalogu. So without much further ado, let us welcome him on stage to deliver the recapping of what was discussed today and the way forward, and we can be able to then map out what is going to happen from henceforth. Thank you. Please help me welcome him on board.
Thank you, Program Director. I would have hoped that the breakaway sessions were going to give us a feedback, but I'm really worried about the time. I'm not sure, Program Director, if we'll still have enough people if we have to do that. You can guide. No, if we will have enough time, to give, the breakaway sessions, or they will package them. Maybe probably we can deal with them tomorrow as well. Probably in the first, before we start tomorrow. I think let's do that. It would be easier that way. Just for the recap of those sessions. Colleagues, if Minister and DM and everybody were here, I was going to start with all the long protocol. But at least, I think this has saved me. But I need to acknowledge all of them, the Minister, DM, MEC of Education, Pepondweni, the Acting Mayor of PCM, all the esteemed guests and speakers, as well as exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen. Colleagues, as we conclude this action-packed first day of the Digital and Future Skills Summit 2023, so I would like to take this moment to reflect on insightful discussions and inspiring presentations that have taken place today. So we delved onto various facets of digital skills, entrepreneurship, innovation, and I'm sure you will agree that it has been an incredible, enriching experience. So the high-level outcomes we did set for the summit have guided our agenda throughout the day, and I'm pleased to see that we've made significant progress towards achieving them. If I can look on just 3 of them, we did look on the enhanced digital skills ecosystem. So we did deepen our understanding on the skills required for the digital economy. So we've learned also that digital skills encompass not only technical knowledge, but also soft skills and the ability to adapt to ever-changing digital landscape. And also we did look onto the other outcome, which is nurtured innovation and entrepreneurship. So the discussions have inspired a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. We've seen how creative ideas can be transformed into successful digital ventures, contributing not only to individual success, but also to the growth of our economy. But also we did touch a little bit in terms of partnerships, the impact of partnerships in terms of the work that we're going to be doing in digital skills. But also, if we're to look back now in terms of the agenda itself, we've seen the analysis by the mayor and the MEC, which gave us so much insights into the province, but also the insightful keynote address by the minister. Minister Mondli Kugubele set out a tone for the day, highlighting the critical role of the digital and future skills in South Africa's human capacity development. And colleagues, we went through to the plenary session one where we unpacked, the skills development for the digital economy. And that session, it provided us with a comprehensive overview of the digital skills landscape, touching on critical topics which include matching the supply and the demand, as well as investing in the human capital in the era of the 4IR. But I think the key takeaways that I want to highlight there, it has been the connectivity, which is broadband connectivity, as well as the cost of data, is seen as the huge inhibitor in terms of skills development. But at least the telecom sector is here. I would have hoped Umakrisan Unomvuiso is here, who represent the majority of the telcos that we work with. So I just want to put a challenge to them that, we need to make sure that they are not only looking on profit margins when it comes to connectivity, but look on connectivity as an enabler of anything that we have to do in terms of digital society in South Africa. I come from a small village, Ekobokom, which is about 100 km from here. And I can still tell you, even today, as I'm going to go there this weekend, I still do not have a network when I'm at home. And you can imagine how painful that can be in this day and age. Even if they say that you're going to have a meeting, later on I have to drive the car and go to the hill and all that, which is not nice. And you can imagine the people that are staying there all the time. So I think I need to challenge, the telcos, to start looking on this thing holistically. I know that there are interventions that we are doing as a state in terms of SA Connect. So I think those programs will assist us in terms of having, the access to broadband. But also we need to be deliberate in ensuring that kids adopt digital skills at the cradle. So the economy requires more digital skills than we can produce. I think we did pick that one up. So we shouldn't digitally skill to consume technology, but to create ICT solutions, which we know that is a huge market as it is now. I think it's one of the highlights of the session. And then in terms of plenary session 2, digital innovation, entrepreneurship and innovation, it emphasized the significance of the digital innovation for global competitiveness. So we've learned about key trends in the digital entrepreneurship and the role of innovation hubs in driving the economic competitiveness of the country. But also, I think on that, I need to touch the impact of of AI. I think we did touch significant on it, and I must say that parts of the speech that I'm delivering now, I did use generative AI. So, so the colleagues in the department that sometimes would write the speeches and all that, you can see that, if you put the keywords and you align whatever topic that you want to talk about, you can actually generate, a proper speech. So those are the positives that we can take from generative AI, but also there are negative aspects of it, which includes the ethics of using AI, and I think it's one of the areas that, as we forge ahead, and we know that we are not going to stop, AI, but we need to forge ahead and make sure that we can look on the negative aspects of AI and how then we can use AI productively, in terms of our economy. The minister did touch on the AI hubs that we implemented in terms of the AI Institute as one of the recommendations of the PC4IR. So there is some work that we're doing in terms of capacity development in AI, but I think the fundamental that we need to touch into now, it's going to be the policy environment and legislative frameworks. So we also had the deep dive sessions and the master classes, which we'll hope that tomorrow morning before we start, they can just give us, the feedback on what they've discussed on those deep dive sessions. But program director, as I'm about to go to an end, I need to put a quote, from Socrates, one of the Greek philosophers who lived in from 1470 to 339 BC, which says that education is the kindling of the flame and not filling a vessel. So if we unpack that quote a little bit, so if we start with kindling the flame, so this part of the quote suggests that education should ignite a person's curiosity, the passion, and enthusiasm for learning. So if we were to put it on this context of digital skills, it's not just about memorizing the facts or acquiring knowledge, but also sparking the interest in technology, innovation, and problem solving. If we look then on the second part of that quote, which is not filling a vessel, so Socrates is cautioning against viewing education as a passive process where students are receptacles to be filled with information. Instead, it should be an active, engaging, and an ongoing journey. We have learned about lifelong learning here today. When it comes to digital skills, it's not about stuffing a person's mind with data, but also fostering critical thinking, adaptability, and the ability to learn and apply new skills as technology evolves. So I would like to express my gratitude to all the participant speakers and partners for your invaluable contributions today. So your passion for enhancing the digital skills, fostering innovation, and creating future-ready workforce is truly commendable. And I encourage you, colleagues, to continue engaging with the sessions, sharing your expertise and forging connections. So let us carry on with the momentum from today and tomorrow's session as we work together to build a brighter digital future for South Africa. Colleagues, before I thank you, there is an announcement that I want to make. We're going to have a gala dinner tonight at 6:30, at least to unwind after this session, this impactful session. So the gala dinner is going to be at the hotel across here. Please bring your dance moves. We've got a full day, a full evening of entertainment. So please bring your dance moves. I know that we always tend to go to IBAS when we are in these events. In our Southern version of IBAS today. Colleagues, I just want to thank you and the program director, for the sterling work that you have done today. And I'm looking forward, to the fruitful discussions that we're going to be having tomorrow as well, colleagues, and the collaborations that we're going to be fostering from this session. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you so much for that, DDG. I am humbly asked to just edify. I am yes, and I'm noted. Yes, absolutely, I'll do that. As a PhD student, DDG, we've got one, it's called PaperPal or something. You just add things there and it does wonders as well. So that's AI for you. So I just need to, I've just added a little line and then it's come back and told me what I need to say. Just to edify, the evening session is a closed session that in fact took place through the delivery of formal invitations that were sent out to those that did receive them. So that was not my doing. There is a team that did that, and that's because there are a number of engagements that will be taking place in as far as, formalizing the partnerships that are being announced in the evening. So that is that. It is a closed evening. We do not want to raise expectations in as far as some of us who may not be part of that engagement. Other than that, the exhibition is still open for us all who have not had the privilege of seeing the incredible work that is being done by SMMEs in this country in transforming the landscape and ensuring that there's an inclusive agenda that's unfolding in front of our eyes. I thank you so, so much for the privilege of allowing me to engage with you, to learn with you, to unlearn, and to be empowered as we are really driving this mandate of implementation of the strategy. This was how our day one unfolded. Thank you, DDG, for recapping that. Tomorrow we start at 9 o'clock sharp. Please get some rest so that we can be able to be fresh and be able to, tap into the opportunities of the thinking that is needed to outline what is the way forward. And that's really where, as the program director, I'll be really quite hard on that to say, yes, we're talking, yes, we're identifying ideas, challenges, but what is the way forward in as far as wanting to make sure that we deliver to our outcomes. Have a great evening. Thank you.